关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron 让真的感受从开始才开始。
Hello guys, welcome back. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. Hello guys, it's the day 2, right? I'm your caster for today, Tianyun. Hello.
I'm your caster for today. I'm Nora.
So, before everything gets started, let's just give a great thank you for our sponsors. This competition is joint organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, thanks to our prestige sponsor Audi Q4 e-tron's strong support for RDAG tournament. Special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
Of course, thank you to official supporter Omen, New Omen 16, New Journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Thank you to official supporter Auto 4 M6, official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games, your own hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for their support. At the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube and Twitch for their support.
Thank you guys, and yeah, hopefully we're gonna enjoy the day because after day 1, we've seen some very marvelous performances. We have seen a very skilled, talented player as well. And today's matchup's very tight schedule as well.
True, and actually, like our first matchup for today is gonna be Team Nepal play against Team Sri Lanka, and that's also gonna be the last game from South and West Asia region.
Exactly, because we only have 3 teams from this region, and yesterday, like
Team Jordan
won like a complete victory, right? So the 2 matchups and in total like double 2-0s. Very good result. We can see the ranking board right now because they have like 2 winnings, so they have 4 points. But you know, let's take a look at the other 2. This is going to be a day for them. Yeah, this is the day for them. They're going to be competing who's going to be the second and who's going to be the third.
True. So it's going to be such a big day for both Team Nepal and Team Sri Lanka. So let's look a little bit at their lineups. You can see actually there's some small rotation that we can see from all those lineups.
Really interesting. Like they are switching changes as a jungler and a support, and yeah, just looking forward to see the chemistry out there. And their opponent, let's see, Team Sri Lanka, and yeah, Nikki, Kiwi, Mars, Easy, and Venom.
Yeah, and we can see there's a rotation made from Sri Lanka by the confronting laners.
Yes.
Right. Like for this time, Venom substituted for Athena, which is going to be the top laner for yesterday in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, like I think it's completely understandable for me because it's your last game, it's your last day of match. So if you have some substitution player ready for the battle, it's time. It's the very last chance you can possibly have this game experience in RDAG. So yeah, hopefully they can enjoy themselves, and it's a very important game for them.
True. And after all, like the result of our competition will determine the seeding for draw into 19th Asian Games Hangzhou 2022. So that what makes today such an important game for both teams.
You only have 3 teams from your region, and you gotta be fighting for that second prize because yesterday, unfortunately for these both teams, they have lost to Team Jordan. But I see, like, I can still remember some of their plays, and I think the competition is very interesting, and some of the early games plays are really good.
Yeah, I still can remember like both teams they play against Team Jordan, right?
Yes.
And actually like for Team Nepal, I remember that they're doing quite a good job in the early game. They know that they need to take some advantages from Team Jordan, so actually they try to do some early invasions.
Yep.
But the problem is, actually for them, they could put more effort on how to snowball the game.
Of course. It's nice to know, it's always good to know that they know how to do a early invasion.
Yeah.
They try to steal some of the neutral objectives or their like opponent's resources to their side. It's good. But sometimes some teams may feel like pressured or somehow very wandering around during the mid game. They don't know how to do.
Yeah,
or
kinda lost.
how to snowball, right?
True. So that's the image that Team Nepal showed to us from yesterday's performance. As for Team Sri Lanka, while they presented the very first game,
I really like this.
And they chose some really like unique selections. For example, Sima Yi play as a jungler, which is quite rare and unconventional. So it makes me feel like, well, Team Sri Lanka go for some, unconventional choices and try to surprise us again.
I was really surprised yesterday by seeing and the whole process, casting the whole process of that BP. And yeah, it's the very first game for RDAG. And yeah, I wasn't expecting to see that kind of draft, but I was surprised by the opening of that game. The early stages, they are making something happen, right?
Yeah.
They have Angela, they have Lumber and Lianpo, so a very good initiation are coming from their team. So yeah, I think they still have some hidden strategies and hidden chemistries over there. So let's see. Well, they trying to show us what they have been preparing for this match for today's game.
True. Once again, this is going to be such a big day for both Team Sri Lanka and Team Nepal, since it's going to be their last showcase in our RDAG. So who's going to take the second place and who's going to take the third place? Let's just dive right into game 1 for today.
It's always very interesting to see because yesterday they have their matchup so as the opponent of each other.
Yeah.
They can try to dig more. They can try to explore what kind of heroes they used yesterday, what kind of compositions and jewels they have picked. And we can see some changes over there. Like this band places are completely different than the others, right? Than yesterday's. Fang and Zhou, the commonly used heroes are being banned away instead of those very meta ones.
Actually, different teams, actually they have similar understanding towards this patch, which is really surprising. Boiler, right? Really meta pick, and also for this Thane. So actually we can talk more about the draft strategy, because yesterday actually we know a little about all of those teams.
Of course.
Lack of information, but today we can see they already prepared a lot from yesterday's performances, so it's going to be really good.
Like this band here from Team Nepal, very special. They are restricting the choices of a huge initiation from Lumber, but also they're trying to take this Drangel away.
Yeah.
This purification might be a problem to the late game team fights. So the very first pick, finally, Donghuang. I've been waiting this for a long time because in the side matchups yesterday, like Donghuang is everywhere, but when we're doing the streaming, we seldom like really see Donghuang on the stage. So yeah.
Yeah, we
Very
only
good.
like maybe saw him once, but
Only one, huh?
like the problem is we all know that the suppression that he got from his ultimate would be devastating. But
Yes.
the problem is like from yesterday's matchups, we saw some of the teams which tried to complete the combo. But the problem is like the synergy wasn't there. So we will see a lot of images just like Donghuang Tai suppress someone, but there's no burst damage can come up with his ultimate.
Yes. So yeah, Donghuang is a very special hero. He can have a suppression, and this suppression will be lasting for longer than 2.5 seconds. And they will like sharing the same equal amount of the damage with the opponent he has on. So yeah, we can like trying to elaborate and explain more in the game, and hopefully we can see that coming. And let's see, like Team Nepal, the BP was really fast. But Xiao Qiao, commonly see Lu Bu and Zhang Fen, a very popular duo in the Road to Asian Game 2022.
And I really like the idea that Team Nepal, they're trying to build up such a solid composition. We can see like 3 tanks, right?
Wow, yeah.
3 tanks and build such a solid front liner. And also there's like a late game playing style.
Yes.
Both Xiao Qiao and Huang Zhong need time to farm up, but they're just gonna do such a great damage in the late game.
I trusted so hard and heavily on Huang Zhong and Xiao Qiao, this kind of backliners, because you can always rely on their late game bursting damage and all the AoE damage. This is okay, but let's take a look at the other side, like Team Sri Lanka. They are choosing Alta and Kai together. This top side duo, yeah, they are tanky enough, I believe, but well, they have enough damage for the late game. I'm not so sure. And Milady, very vulnerable, and yeah, without the flash, without the dash, I think it will be easy targets for Team Nepal.
I don't know. I just feel like, you know, if we take a good look at both composition, I just can smell the intense, you know. It makes me feel like everything's just going to be explosive, you know. And they're going to skirmishes a lot. And it's just they're going to fight everywhere. In the jungle, at all those lanes. And every single hero can do a great job during the laning phase.
And yeah, laning phase is very crucial for a Arena of Valor Asian Games version, right? And yeah, Milady is a very good like character. I really suggest that our teams and our players can use it trying to win, because the like wave priority is really important. So the mechanical minion summoned by Milady will help this hero to clean the wave really fast. So if you have that priority, you can choose to make rotation to either sides of the map. So it really like we have to see where is like Mars targets, where this Milady is going.
Wherever she goes, she's gonna destroy the towers.
Yes, this is one advantage of comparing with Xiao Qiao.
Yeah.
Okay, very first game of today's matchups. The blue side will be Team Sri Lanka and the red side will be Team Nepal.
I really like the Milady when I'm playing
too.
rank. It's quite easy, and one of those features that this hero has will be her ultimate can do the same damage towards all those towers. So you can stun the towers, you can disrupt the towers, and by using your small like robot minions, you can just easily take in those towers down. So.
Yeah, the signal device, right? It's ultimate. But unfortunately, it's getting really low. Have to use a flash to escape away.
Yeah, Team Nepal, they're just playing so aggressively, just like what we analyzed before the draft. We said like the image that we got from Team Nepal. They're always trying to, you know, do a lot of, try to make a lot of things happen in the early game.
Yeah, this is the details, right? This is the details about the game, because you have gained the priority, but you're wandering around in the river so that you are given the opportunity for Kido to aim you. And since you are very low in the HP, you have to retreat back. And let's see, the riverside, like Zhang Fei is being brought very low. So the very first team taken down went to the side from Team Sri Lanka. Oh, that's a very aggressive play.
Yeah, Doofy said, no, you're just gonna sacrifice yourself, make it to a 1-for-1.
Hey, it's surprising. They are not making rotations, but they are simply just rely on the riverside in the like around the middle lane.
I know what you mean.
Having the skirmish happening down there.
It's just like they're not just, you know, try to do it on purpose. Everyone just wandering around the riverside and then bumped into each other.
Yeah, picking up
just
those fights.
Wow, surprising.
Yeah, I really like this because this is the very last game for your team, right?
Yeah.
To enjoy the game in Road to Asian Game 2022. So you're going to be feeling the heat, feeling the tension, feeling the aggression. It's completely understandable.
Ooh,
wow, very dangerous.
Exactly, because there's going to be a delay for Milady's ultimate to activate.
Yes, the market target will be enduring those magnificent field interference, and the double damage will be dealt after this.
Yeah. Well, we can see Team Nepal, they know that they can't let Team Sri Lanka to take all those advantages from them, so instead, they just steal away the blue buff.
Yes. With the minions, they could trying to strip those HP from the turrets, but still, before 4 minutes, we saw that like the tower will be protected by its own shield, so it's very hard trying to kill down the first area before it reaches 4 minutes. Wow, Huang Zhong
Has
very dangerous.
Been 4 minutes, but there's still like 3 taken down has already been happened. Kaiser ultimate in, force out Marco Polo's ultimate, and Donghwan Tai trying to bite someone, but the damage done isn't that enough.
Wow, that's so super close for easy.
Super close, but there's no flash. Doofy tried to do the same thing, tried to flash in, but it finds out that it hasn't been like 1 in 20 seconds.
So at the very end, it's a 2-2 trade, but if you're comparing who's been like taken down and defeated, who's still alive, you will see like Team Nepal, they still have this Huang Zhong being alive and even get the takedown.
Yeah.
So takedown means that you will be granted with some of the golds. You'll be earning more golds than Marco Polo. I feel like Marco Polo used the ultimate well enough because the bursting damage is there, but the location of landing is just within the range of Huang Zhong's ultimate. So unfortunately, he's been like taken down there.
Like, the playing style for Huang Zhong and also Marco Polo is totally different.
Yeah,
Huang Zhong is like one of those archer who really need a tanky front line and help him to build such a comfortable
vision
setting.
is very important.
Yeah.
And this iron will belong to Kai while the team fight still continues. Huang Zhong is really safe on the back, trying to get more takedown for the Team Nepal. Killing spree already. I think Team Nepal is trying to gain those very early game advantages, and they are doing this.
And they know that there's so many initiations from their side. But Lu Bu's ultimate, Xiao Dun's ultimate, and also Zhang Fei's ultimate help them to, keep trying to constantly force Team Sri Lanka to retreat.
I would say the only good news for Team Sri Lanka is that they have this Overlord. But they're losing the team fight, so yeah. You get one thing, you lose one thing. Alright, Team Nepal trying to get further, but like Team Sri Lanka's members are surrounding this Tyrant and Behemoth. So they have to give up.
And now it seems they've got all of those vanguards spawning among all of those lanes. They're trying to do something.
Deflector with the suppression. Great move.
I love the combo. I do love the combo. And Team Nepal seems trying to do some counter attack, and Lu Bu just TP down, but it seems like Team Sri Lanka tried to disengage and try to back force.
Yeah, this is how you're gonna play Donghwan, right? Use the flash and just catch the backline without any notice. And Xiaodun just went in using the unruly blade to get one more takedown for Team Nepal. Venom is down there, but I think there's nothing he can do because Huang Zhong still have a flash. But Milady is here using the ultimate, trying to slow down, and boom. That's a one more takedown to Milady, to Team Sri Lanka.
That's what I'm expecting to see. Not even, it hasn't been 6 minutes, but already we can see like it's a 8-7.
Yeah, they're catching up with one another quite tightly, huh? There's no difference in the goal. There's literally no difference, and they're taking down numbers. So I was wondering who's going to be the fight. Yeah. Oh, this is very interesting. So we are explaining the mechanism of Donghwan to you guys. So if you are using your ultimate to suppress the other ones, you will see that like your teammates' damage will like dealing damage to you as well.
Yeah.
So the basic mechanism of Donghwan is you're going to be building those very good items with a lot of HPs, so that you are going to be building a very heavy, very large, very massive HP bars. So you're going to be tankier than the opponent. So you can survive, but your opponent will be taken down.
the crucial logic about Donghwan Tai's ability is that he needs to use his ultimate to do those HP trades.
Yes.
So he needs to like maximize his HP.
Yes.
Help him to build the advantage. So it seems like this game is going to be really toe-to-toe. There's a lot of back and forth that we can see on the battlefield.
I know that. I think it's not just about this game one. I think the entire BO3 series will be like this, head-to-head, toe-to-toe. They are catching up with one another quite tightly, and I see no difference, you know. But if you're comparing this, like their competition, to the late game, I think, yeah, definitely like Team Nepal is going to be getting those advantages because they have like Huang Zhong and Xiao Chao as the main backliner from their team.
Not even mentioned they got Lu Bu.
Of course.
Lu Bu's just going to be godlike in the late game.
I think like Team Sri Lanka is trying their best, trying to speed up for a little bit because they know that Marco Polo and Milady and Atta as well may not have a perfect combo in the late game. So they really wanted to start up a lot of engagements here. They're finding opportunity everywhere.
Yeah, and the angling for Team Sri Lanka matters a lot because they only got one chance, right? Only one hit. After the suppression from Donghwan Tai and Marco Polo's ultimate,
Of course.
and it was just one hit. You did it, and you can do a great job. But if you miss it, it's going to be such a disaster for Team Sri Lanka.
Yeah, but if you take this into consideration in another way, I think like Marco Polo is a great like mid-game hero. You can use his continuous fire, the bullets, trying to take those HP away from the frontliner, for example, Lu Bu and Zhang Fei as well, and Xiao Houdun. So he will be extremely lethal damage to the frontliners that see the team fights over there, but I think Atta cannot be escaping away because it's very low in the HP, but Lu Bu stay alive? Okay, the damage is just not enough.
But I really like Team Nepal's position.
Oh yeah.
It seems like they know that they need to fight. There's so many AoE damage we can see from Team Nepal's comp. So actually after they complete their hot CC, it would be really hard for Team Sri Lanka to get away from all their surroundings.
Yes.
So Team Nepal, they're constantly trying to find some chances and trying to make a lot of things happen. For Team Sri Lanka, I always say like it's not only about like Marco Polo, more Milady should do something. They should play it in what like a smarter way. For example, you can just disengage a little bit and try to do some ganks, but to be more specific, they need to try to take down more towers by using Milady's abilities.
Yeah, the rotations and efficiency they need to shown on the map because you have Milady, you're going to be interfering those towers and turrets, and you just have to make good advantage of what you're born within your heroes.
Yeah. If like Milady is such a great tower destroyer, then Team Sri Lanka, they better just trying to do more rotations and try to disengage. They can't contest Team Nepal so far.
But I think Team Nepal is like taking control of the river right now because they're always sticking together like 5-0 formation, so that they are having the entire vision on the river, so that like Team Sri Lanka and trying to fight for it, but they found out like this vision, the location has already been taken down. Like it's very low, and the Overlord who will finally get the Overlord, the knocking up, but it's taken by Xiao Houdun using the smite, and Xiao Chao has using the ultimate shrine to make Team Sri Lanka's frontliners go back for a little bit.
Wow.
So as a result, 0-2 trade.
Team Sri Lanka can't contest Team Nepal right now from the front team fight. Since Team Nepal already got so many items and now they're just 5 people standing groups. Team Nepal, they're trying to make this game play as a team game.
No, before this team fights actually start, I think the two teams are competing with one another like evenly. But after this 0-2 trade, after gaining this Overlord, I think Team Nepal is finally taking control of this game right now.
I would say like it's more about their comp, right? For Team Nepal, they know that the reason why they're trying to choose 3 tanks from their comp and 2 late game core players, both their archer and their mages, is because they always want to fight. They always want to be engaged in those big team fights.
Wow, let's just see how determined they are. They're finding every opportunity they can possibly have.
True.
They are in the jungle, they're in the bush, and once they saw an enemy, they are using every single ability and ultimate they have.
They put it all in.
All right, solo fight over there.
Ata
Level 13 versus level 11.
would be a little bit
Yeah.
painful since Lu Bu can do great true damage to Ata.
I think it's about the nature, right?
Uh-huh.
So if you're comparing almost like mid-game and late game, that Lu Bu have this actual damage, which means that Ata, who relies on the shield really heavily, this kind of hero will be tightly targeted by Lu Bu. So like the late game Lu Bu will be a nightmare to Ata as well.
And that's why we saw a lot of counter pick can
Countering,
be
yes.
seen.
Mhm, exactly.
From Lu Bu against a lot of tanky heroes. Singapore find another chance, tosses his chain, try to chase in, but since it's just a Kaiser, they're just trying to retreat and try to do something on this behemoth.
Too tanky, not interested.
Nikki trying to find a chance.
Oh well, let's be a steal, almost very close
That
one.
was really close. Because Kaiser already threw out his blade.
That's really dangerous. It costs a price with Zhang Fei's ultimate.
You really need to be cautious if you
Yes.
want to do those crucial damage on those epic monsters. Because you might be knocked up, right?
Because Zhang Fei's ultimate will need some time to get ready. Like he rolls in the reaction and transform to a bigger body.
Yeah.
And this will give him extra tankiness and shield more damage for the backlines.
And also, that's going to be the cue for Team Nepal. Whether they try to do some counter-attack or they want to initiate. As long as Zhang Fei's ultimate is available, they're always going to win the upper hand. They're always going to have the chance to initiate.
I think teams for RDAG, they really like to use Zhang Fei as a main method of initiation because the whole ultimate will be knocking enemies back, and the enemies will be stunned for 1.5 seconds. So this is very important, and their movement speed will be increased in the past. Let's see the suppression, but unfortunately it's the frontliners, and Zhang Fei cannot simply just hold it anymore, getting taken down, defeated just beside the river.
Yeah, it's a 0-1 trade. Once they take down this Zhang Fei, Team Nepal is gonna lose one of their frontliners, which also means they need to retreat a little bit. Because we mentioned about the fact that as long as they got Zhang Fei alive, they're gonna be able to contest. But now they find another chance, try to take down this Ata. Others also missed and try to do some gas.
Oh, this is not great.
Multiple has been taken down, and Team Nepal, because if they're trying to play it in such a smart way, they win against Team Sri Lanka by this team fight. End up with a 0-4 trade.
I think there is going to be a long time before the rest of the squad is going to be resurrected from the base. So I think this will be the time. This will be the gaming point. Maybe for Team Nepal, they're waiting for the waves. They're waiting for the minion to get to the right places. And Milady is doing whatever he can do best, trying to protect the crystal. But I think it's not going to work. The very first game to the game. Yeah, I think the lasting fights, they've been waiting this for a very, very long time, right?
Yeah.
Like Team Sri Lanka, they can finally use the suppression from Dong Huan and getting one takedown to their side. I think they are just too overly excited about this result. So you can see Ata is given everything up. He's overly committed so that the following up damage will not be followed. So he's basically doing those 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5 solo fights.
Actually, I can feel that in Sri Lanka, they know that they only got one chance.
Of course.
And since they know that they got numbers advantage because they already take down that Zhang Fei before the initiation, so they're trying to maximize their advantage, try to snowball the game. Yeah, it's just a little bit overcommitted since Team Nepal, all of those members are just hiding under the protection of the mid tower.
Yes. But this is a Arena of Valor Asian Games version, I would say, honestly. Because you cannot simply just accept the result of a minor mistake.
True.
A minor mistake might result very badly for the entire game. We can see they are pulling everything they can do, trying to stall the game, trying to scale, trying to waiting for the right moment, using Dong Huan's ultimate suppression. They actually worked. in the game, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, but because of this, I think they're just being too overly excited about the result and the fact so that Alta went in too far, which means that Marco Polo there's only one chance and one opportunity for Marco Polo. They only have to choose to dive in hard. But yeah, because he's vulnerable, very vulnerable backline, so he just cannot shoulder those damage from Huang Zhong's normal attacks.
And we mentioned that in the draw start, the one of those reasons that why we love Huang Zhong so much is because it's really hard for you to get access to this Archer in the late game.
Yes.
Because the long attacking range, how him just sitting there and just constantly do those normal attack, and there's no way for Team Sri Lanka to get approach to this Archer.
Yeah, and because of like Huang Zhong is losing those mobility when using the ultimate, he have to like sitting down there, not moving anywhere to acquire this ability to have those very large AoE damage.
Yeah.
But with that as a fact, he will be given as a tankier body. He'll be shielding more damage. So it will be really, very hard for Marco Polo to get to those solo kills.
Yeah, and we can see it from the highlight that every time the positioning of Huang Zhong, he's just being so secured.
Yeah.
Just like this one, no one's actually targeting at Huang Zhong. He just like sitting down and he was like, okay, we almost got 90% winning rate, so I'm just gonna stand up and chase in and even flash him.
I think there's one more thing that Team Nepal is doing really, really good in this match. One is that they have a perfect control of the neutral objectives. Every single time we see the Overlord or the Behemoth is being spawned, they will be there trying to get it.
Indeed.
They are using this kind of neutral objective to help them, to assist them to gain like further advantages in the game.
It's about the information.
Yes.
Like the information includes a lot of factors. For example, they need to calculating the time about when those neutral objectives gonna spawn, and also it's because Team Nepal, they just build up such a solid tanky comp. There's like 3 tanks in their comp, so they can easily just open the vision for them. So actually, they just take a great control towards the whole map.
Wow, I can hear the shouting from the players. They're really surprised and satisfied with this kind of result, right?
Yeah.
So our Audi Super 8 player will be awarded to Doofy.
This Huang Zhong. Yeah, he just find himself such a secured position every time and try to do such a great damage out.
I think the backline duo, Xiao Qiao, Huang Zhong, and those 3 tanks as a frontliners, this composition is very, very good for RDAG 2022, right? Like you have those tanks, you have enough vision, you have enough late game damage, you have enough initiation skills, and not to mention you have enough amount of the late game damage and AoEs. So yeah, I think that this composition will be copied. Well,
again.
Kind of,
maybe we'll see it again in the
teams.
next game.
Yes. So we will take a short break and we will be back soon.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
It's allowed, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the freedom in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got the words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can add it now. You choose it all. It's contagious. You and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era tie by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the freedom in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new ones to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. Explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up, going forward together, fighting the freedom in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. We'll explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up.
All right, we are back. This is Alive, and this is the Road to Asian Game 2022, and we're going to be witnessing the Arena of Valor Asian Games version competitions. And here we go. We're going to be at the game 2 in the very first match of today.
Yeah, and actually we talked a little bit about those drafting before the break. So actually you can just continue the topic.
Of course.
That we guess like all of those 10 key comp.
Of course.
We can see it again and again in day 2.
I mean, it's a signal of a huge safety, right? Like you're gonna having those very great tanks and you're gonna be given enough vision so that you can make effective rotations.
True.
But I think that the team fights is okay just now.
Yeah.
But I need to see like more transitions. How you're gonna be putting the advantage of gaining one wave advantages and priority, and you're gonna be using this priority to give advantages to other lanes, right? So Milady will definitely have more faster speed than Xiao Qiao cleaning the wave. So after this, you do better than rush to the top or the bottom to help your archer or your tanks doing the laning. That's very crucial point of the game.
Indeed, indeed. So actually, there's some choices now can be offered to Team Sri Lanka since they chose Milady as a mage for game 1.
Yes.
If they still want to do the pushing strategy, maybe they can just paired up with another archer who can do like great damage towards all those towers.
Of course.
Just trying to pushing forward. For example, Huangzhou is going to be a really nice choice, right? On the other hand, if they just want to go for those team fights, maybe they can just choose some mages which can do great AoE damage or burst damage.
You know, it's interesting. If I were the coach for Team Sri Lanka, I would probably gonna ban this Huangzhong away because this existence of Huangzhong is really problematic just now in the game 1. So you're gonna see that Huangzhong is really tanky because of those tankiness offered and provided by the ultimate, and these AoE damage will be given this Huangzhong a very good environment. So you cannot just simply get in touch with the archer and he stays safely all the time. So this will be the question for Team Sri Lanka trying to take down this archer, right? This is a game about taking down turrets, of course, but it's also a game of team fights. So if you want to win the team fights, you're gonna be taken down and defeat those backlines. This is the most important thing to do. So maybe we'll see Huangzhong being taken away from the side of Sri Lanka, I guess. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's going to be one of those choices. Well, because once again, we know that it kind of feels like all of those teams, they try to make a consensus towards this patch. It's that they try to build up such a solid frontliners. So that also means there's a lot of melee fighting heroes can be seen from all those compositions. And it's going to be really hard for them to deal with Huangzhong with such a great attacking range.
And I think Team Sri Lanka is very straightforward. Like every time they are like defeated just now, and they always choose on the blue side. So normally, like we will expect whoever got a loss just now will be expecting them to appear on the red side because they're gonna using the counter pick strategy, trying to get a more solid composition. But it seems to me that they are not gonna be focusing on whatever like opponents getting. We just want to have our own like special way of winning.
Stick to my point. Actually, you know, there's a lot of things that we can analyze for those drafting, because we know that the drafting is just like you're playing a chess game. If you try to stick to the blue set, which also means you're going to be really confident about your own combo, and also you're going to just go for some meta pick maybe.
I almost thought we were going to see the exactly same bans here, but the last bans are different, like Xiao Qiao. I get completely understandable. Like you're dealing with this Xiao Qiao and this massive late game AoE damage. You don't want to deal this hero. You ban this away. And it's completely okay.
Team Nepal just win against Team Sri Lanka for game 1 by using this Xiao Qiao. So they know that how great damage Xiao Qiao can deal in the late game.
I like this choice.
I love this hero.
We're like expecting like Zhong Wuyan to be on stage for a while. Yesterday, we are in our dressing room. We are talking about this one, right? Like Zhong Wuyan will be aggressive enough in early game and the mid game, and those explosive like AoE damage will be very hard to handle for the Team Sri Lanka.
Yeah, the AoE damage, and also one of the characteristic about Zhong Wuyan is that her passive allow her to petrify those opponents. So if you're being petrified, you're not allowed to move. You're just gonna be immobile, and that's just gonna create a minor chance for Marco Polo to ultimate in.
I always like this choice. Like he's the way that he swings his hammer and those ultimate, like he's like doing rounds over there, and those AoE damage will be continuous once he gets the target. So that's very important, and they are pairing this Wu Yan and Marco Polo together with a Zhuangzhou. I think it's okay because you have already gained enough deal and amount of the initiation from Xiaohou and Zhong Wuyan, so you do better just pair yourself up with a hero that is tanky enough and can offer the purification for all the teams.
Indeed. Again, tankiness. Tankiness is all about it. We can see a lot of tanky heroes right now on the draft. And
Hou Yi.
wow, Hou Yi with this milady. So actually Team Sri Lanka this time at their strategy is just go for plan A that we mentioned. They try to do the pushing strategy. Because we mentioned about they should pair up with another archer which can deal great damage towards those towers, and we definitely need to name Hou Yi.
All right, thank you guys for keep picking those very, very good heroes, because we don't normally see Gao Jianli and Milady and Hou Yi at the same match.
Yeah.
And yeah, Gao Jianli is very interesting as well. I think the mechanism of Gao Jianli is kind of similar with Zhong Wuyan. There are those very heavy soldiers, I would say. I will use this term to address them because they really need to take a step really deep into the team fights. They need to use their body to get into the front line and the back lines and deal explosive damage. So yeah, I can see the determination from both teams. They are doomed to have a very massive and very wonderful team fights during the game.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that as our game just goes on, we can see different teams they trying to have different playing style. Right? For game 2, Team Nepal seems like they're really confident about their fighting strategy. So this time they just chose such a comp that everyone's just gonna dash in.
Yes. We're just wondering what will be like when the team fight actually happen and take place.
It's going to be visually stunning. You know? A lot of abilities, a lot of animations can be seen from the battlefield.
Yes. All right, let's see the laning phase. Hou Yi goes into the mid and happily to clean it away really, really fast. So what's their next move? They're going to be surrounding as a circle, like 3-member squad, maybe doing transition and rotation down to the bottom side.
The opening side went quite well for Team Sri Lanka since they rotate the Hou Yi to the mid, so that also means Hou Yi's gonna eat more gold than Marco Polo.
Yes. Hou Yi is a very easy hero to play, and yeah, as to those continuous damage, I think it's okay. So he really relies on the basic attack, right? He uses the basic attack all the time, trying to steal those HP away from the backliner and the frontliner as well. And the ultimate is like all map skill.
Yeah, it's all about twinkle your thumbs again and again during the whole game. Well, but for Team Sri Lanka, a piece of small advice is that maybe this time they can just try to disengage a little bit, because since they are now going for this Hou Yi and Milady strategy, they need to pushing forward. Of course, they need to aim it at all of those towers instead of trying to contest Team Nepal. Try to do a lot of fun.
Oh, it's a 3 versus 1.
The petrified, that's what we are looking for.
Yes. Even with the flash, I think this Lubu cannot get away. Venom will be taken down and defeated, and one more bullet is just needed to exchange as a 1 versus 1, but unfortunately, Doofy, the damage is not there yet, so he was defeated as well. And I think Team Nepal really need to pay attention to the ultimate from Hou Yi as well, and because he will be shooting a flame arrow to a direction and it travel through the whole map. If you are targeted, the maximum amount of time of the stunning will be 3.5 seconds. That's really, really long, so you have to be careful.
The longer attacking range that he got, he's gonna have the duration of the stun is gonna last for a longer time. Yeah.
All right, it's just like game 1 that they're catching up. The taken down numbers, how they're gonna do this game is similar.
Yeah, and also like the numbers of takedown would be increased dramatically after like 3 minutes or 4 minutes.
I think Team Nepal really need and really want to make something happen. Zhongwen again, 1v1 solo fights, but yeah, there's no definite. But unfortunately, Marco Polo on the bottom side is being stunned by Zhang Fei's ultimate, being taken down and defeated using the flash. Gao Jianli using the ultimate as well, trying to take those HP away from the backlines, and he did it, getting 2 more takedowns and defeatness for Team Nepal.
That was a really nice gang from Team Sri Lanka, but also like for Team Nepal, they just made such a great and beautiful counterattack.
I think this initiation is really working, Nikki.
They know that Team Sri Lanka, they try to prioritize their whole E, and Team Nepal smell the tense. They know that, okay, you're gonna prioritize your farming lane, so do us. So they just be sent in unit and try to ultimate, and you see just everyone dash in. There's no way to retreat.
It's all about like information exchange. They are gonna be telling each other that Doofy is in the cooldown, those Purify is in the cooldown, right? So like Marco Polo, there's no way Marco Polo can do, since like Zhangzhou is not there to help Marco Polo dodge those initiation skills, those stunning skills, so that once they hit the target, they will just directly dive in and get the takedown.
Yeah. Again, there's a lot of back and forth that we can see right now on the board. It's more like Team Sri Lanka. This time they try to do this one core playing style. They try to prioritize that farming lanes a lot. And Team Nepal, again, after 4 minutes, they try to initiate. They missed the ultimate, but since we will try to ultimate in and swinging his blade, take down this Zhongzhou. And now he's trying to take another kill there. Now aiming at Xiaodun. Xiaodun tried to break his ultimate, and he survived from it. Combined with this
Quadra takedown.
Even got a quadra.
Honestly speaking, I wasn't surprised at this result, because you're supposed to have this kind of effect using this hero. You'll be extremely aggressive in the early game, and by gaining this quadra taken down, I think this game will like slightly moving, the balance will be slightly moving towards Team Nepal. Let's just see how this team fight actually gets started. Like Gao Jianli together with Zhong Wuyan are trying to separate the whole team fights, right?
Yeah.
And after every single member of Team Sri Lanka got very low, this will be the correct time for Zhong Wuyan to dive in, getting the kills, getting the takedowns, and finally make a miracle happen.
We know that Zhong Yuan is going to play such a crucial role in this comp, but we never would like imagine that she's going to achieve a quadra.
Of course.
Because like she was almost out of mana during that team fight, and it's just like a basic attack, petrifying 3 opponents, and got that quadra. That's insane.
Well, like Galaxia be the next target, because getting that quadra taken down, you're going to be absorbing a lot of hate here.
Definitely eye-catching, and now here's some backstabs coming through. Try to force back Team Sri Lanka and try to protect their quadra takeout.
Yeah, nice ganking, right?
Yeah.
Like once you see there's multiple enemies and opponents here want to grab this taken down over you, you tell your teammates, you tell the rest of the team that you need help and assistance, and here we go. They're making very quick rotation to the top and help Zhong Wuyan dealing with the problem.
True. Communication matters a lot during the game.
Mm-hmm.
You need to keep talking, you need to keep exchanging your information, and now Team Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Wow, Zhang Fei, he's just being a little bit wasted.
Oh, I will call this revenge. An
Take
act
revenge.
of revenge. And but the bottom side, like Team Nepal is not losing confidence, because like Zhong Wuyan is getting defeated on the top, but on the other hand, they are exchanging lives with Team Sri Lanka, getting one more defeatness over Nikki, Zhang Fei.
And also, like from those performances, I would say I can see a lot of progress being made. First of all, let's just pay attention on the farming lane. Seems like another takedown well happened.
Yeah.
And Xiaodun just being a little bit overcommitted.
Blue team has destroyed
And the flames and arrow we just saw will be the ultimate from Ho. You can see that the accuracy have a very good landing. He will be spawning the opponent, and there's nothing he can do.
True, true. And one of those details, if you want to improve your accuracy when you're playing this Hou Yi is that you need to send your tanky hero to gain more vision for you.
Well, these guys are not gonna stop. They're gonna do this all the time.
Exactly, that's what we call the confronting lane. Confront with each other all day long.
It's already 8 minutes. These two men are doing this all the time, lasting
Focusing on
longer.
solo.
Yeah. Like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
I would say it's a 50-50, right?
True.
Not to mention, take up alongside of the Quadra taken downs, it's a team fight. What really matters is a solo fight.
It just makes me feel like once this Zhongyan got his Quadra, Lu would just be so jealous.
Oh yeah,
not the
initiation here, but yeah, with a good help of the ulti from Zhangzhou.
Nice one, but look at the positioning. Team Sri Lanka, they're playing such a smart way, but they're not aiming for the mid-lane tower. I would say they missed such a crucial chance, and it's gonna be Team Nepal's time to shine up. Ultimate and Gao Jin Lee, he just achieved his double, and everyone just aiming for this Lu Bu. This would be a 4-2 trade.
Shut down.
I wasn't like been thinking that Team Sri Lanka does not have enough like stable and solid confrontation, but as to like team fights, you're gonna see that the consistency from Team Nepal will definitely be a better one than Team Sri Lanka.
True.
Once they want to land and once they want to engage, they will just behave and act at the same second. That is really important. You have to unleash those skills together at once onto the same target, which will be helping you to get like one more like accurate targets and goals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Team Sri Lanka, they just needs to communicate more and do the same thing at the same time.
True. It just feels like Team Nepal, they're playing in a quite decisive way,
Yes.
right? Every single time or every chances that they can see, they just put it all in, and now again 5 people's member and everyone just dash in. That's what we call visually stunning.
Like, look at the ultimate from Marco Polo and Gao Jianli at the same time. Those piercing damage is just not a right amount of the damage that Team Sri Lanka can consider like, well, good enough. Absorbable. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
So if like Team Nepal decide to play this game in this way, I think several winning team fights will be only needed for them to get to the base and get to the high ground tower.
True, because we can see Team Nepal, they're now playing more aggressively since
Yes.
they got this double AoE damage combo. But on the other hand, we can see Team Sri Lanka kind of feel a little bit lost in the mid
Yes.
game. And now it's already at the 10 minutes mark, but we can see Team Sri Lanka, though they try to disengage, but it seems like all of those vision has been squeezed. And they almost lost half of the map. So it's really hard for them to disengage. They're trying to find something to do, but it's really hard for them to aiming at those towers.
Yes, I think like Team Nepal with that very like victorious team fights taken in, they not only have a very rising mentality, but also like you can see the gold difference. They're leading the game with 5k gold like differences than Team Sri Lanka. So they're definitely going to be feeling more confident, and the damage is just out there waiting to be dealt by those heroes. So yeah. There's no way that Team Sri Lanka can fight for this river vision at this point.
Yeah. So for Team Sri Lanka, maybe they are just trying to retreat a little bit, but again, Team Nepal said there's no way for you to escape from our surroundings. Lu Bu said, all right, let's do it head to head. Ultimate in, flash out. Well, that was so close.
That's a really close one. But Zhang Fei was defeated anyway.
Yeah.
So there's a matter of fact that if you want to take care of the minions, either it's ordinary minions or super myth soldiers, you have to send enough member to take care of the minions, right? They're kind of separated. They're trying to do the split push, but it's not working because if like Zhang Fei and Lu Bu are there trying to clean the wave, like Team Nepal will know this is a signal. There's no backline, so the damage is not enough. You only have like 2 tanks standing right there. You'll just be the target for Marco Polo, trying to take those HP away from you.
Correct.
Yeah, this will be a very hard time for Team Sri Lanka, trying to struggle more to the late ones.
Yeah. But for Team Sri Lanka, since it's a bit too early for them to achieve those post strategy, maybe they should just, try to take a step back and try to rely on those towers and do some nice counterattack.
It's good for Team Sri Lanka that they can actually take some step back. I was kind of worried because like Hoi's ultimate actually gets target. I was kind of worried if like Venom is trying to use the ultimate, trying to follow up. But yeah, because like Zhang Fei does not have enough energy to pull off that ultimate, so I think Team Sri Lanka just give that up. And that's good, that's good. You have to play like more cautiously from now on because you're kind of behind in the gold, in the game, in the map.
Ooh, there's
a
nice ultimate. There's gonna be a slaughter pose, everyone just chasing Kaiser, but at the same time, Team Sri Lanka tried to take this Gao Jian, Li Dan, and Kaiser. Kaiser knows that he needs to sacrifice himself, he's just buying more time. Because we can see now Team Sri Lanka, they're operating the game.
Easy can buy themselves a lot of time.
Yeah, it was like almost about like 1 minute, and he bought enough time for Team Sri Lanka to take down this tier 2 tower.
Completely acceptable for Team Sri Lanka, right? They have gotten the kill up onto Kiro. Like Gao Jianli is getting defeated on the top side, and not to mention they have gained almost one more tier 2 turrets in the top lane.
It seems like Team Sri Lanka, they kind of find their own pace.
Right, they found an answer.
True. We mentioned about like how they were just a little bit lost in the mid game.
Yes.
But since the time goes on, they know that they try to disengage. They know that they need to operate the game. So they did a lot of 4-1 push, and the accuracy about Hoi's ultimate can apparently be seen as increased a lot.
It's very surprising to see like Team Sri Lanka is using the split push strategy, trying to buy themselves more times, because through that strategy we can see that even though like easy sacrifice for the team, but I think it's all completely okay. You're not assassin, you're just a tanky and tank jungler, you can accept this fact. But I think this team fight, he's overly committed. There's nothing that the backliner can do to trying to follow up, but Lu Bu goes in using the Fallen God to get one more taken down for the towers. Will this be a turning point? Look at the bottom side. What is Xiaohodun trying to do? Stealing one high ground tower away from Team Sri Lanka. I think he's did it.
High ground tower has been taken down. Team Nepal did such a nice trade.
Taking it up and down there, like Kito actually have a double kill over there.
He even tried to steal away this crystal. Well, he achieved it.
Few
We
more
tried so hard to take that Infinity Wave.
Wow,
Team
that's
Nepal.
so close.
That was really close. It caused such a great threat for Team Sri Lanka.
I would say this is a great result from a wonderful team fight, but I think it's not gonna stop because like the waves are there. Gao Jianli is ready for the ultimate.
Lu Bu tried to leap in. He again hit himself alone. Well, he succeeded again because there's still minion waves in the crystal. Only lost one hit. Congratulations to Team Nepal.
Oh, interesting. It's going to be a very good highlight clip for all the time. We're going to be memorizing this game and this moment for a long time. They will definitely be one of the most, the best highlights I can possibly remember for roads to Asian Games 2022. Stealing the crystal and you'll let your teammates trying to help you, trying to gain yourself more times. And I think like Team Sri Lanka is reacting and responding quite well. I mean, Lu Bu is sent back to the base, and the only thing Lu Bu is doing is not trying to kill Xiaohodun because it's not going to work. It's impossible. He's trying to clean the wave as soon as possible. That's one smart move to do.
That's how you're going to play with this. Yes. It's really good because we mentioned it again and again. The ultimate goal about this game is that you want to take down that crystal. No matter what kind of strategies you're gonna use, right? You can choose to fight, you can choose to gain for this neutral objective to snowball the gold, or you can just try to sneak into the crystal just like what Xiaohodun did. Steal away the crystal.
This is just too cool. This is too too like spirit lifting, you know. After achieving this kind of goal, you feel extra excited about the fact that you actually won. Your team actually won, and congratulations to Team Nepal. They have been giving themselves the second prize in this region, in this group. I think it's okay. It's okay.
What a showcase.
Wonderful ending for them.
And they're definitely going to be really satisfied with themselves
of course.
because it makes me feel like they made a lot of progress. They learned a lot from, even though we are now only at day 2, right? But they still they learn a lot, and they just know that how they're going to execute their composition. And it feels like they already build up their own strategies, which is really suitable for them that go for that 5 versus 0 big team fight.
Of course. I think from the pre-interview, we can know the fact that Team Nepal, some of the teammates, some of the players, they actually have a lot of experience in the tournament. So, I think the second prize, and they're actually feeding themselves today. So, I mean, yesterday, I think they are kind of a little bit nervous, I would say. They are definitely going to be doing, and they did it a better job than yesterday already. It's very obvious. They're enjoying the game, and they are very relaxed. And look at the damage from Gao Jianli. Yeah, I think this kiddo played this hero really, really well. He can always find the correct time using the flash, dive into the backlines and just deal as much as possible those damage to the backlines. I think it's okay. Very good.
Can't be better to got a quadra and also steal away the crystal at the same game for your last showcase, for your last game.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like Team Nepal is giving themselves a lot of milestones, right? They're creating those goals and records in our game in Road to Asian Games 2022. They have quadra taken downs. It's the very first quadra taken downs, right, in our tournament. And they're stealing this crystal one more sneaky and very smart way to win the game. Wow. This is an amazing game. I'm glad and very honored to have the chance to cast this kind of game. Yeah, very interesting.
I remember this game.
Oh yeah, I've been remembering this game for a long time. Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
so excited, and I just feel really happy for Team Nepal. And also, we mentioned about the rotation that Team Nepal made, right, for today, because Swami, he was playing as the support, but now he's playing as a jungler.
Yeah, congratulations to Kiddo being the Audi Superior player for this game with Gao Jianli. I think the mastery of this hero, the time that he chooses to dive in will be perfect.
Yeah, and we can just, take a good look at his killing participation percentage. It was up to 70%, which is pretty high. I always mean he's going to be the shot caller. He's going to be the main core player from their comp. We can see a lot of highlights made by Kiddo by using his ultimate, being so colorful.
Yeah, I think some of the team fights is actually just pure perfection from my own opinion, because they're following up those damage they needed are just there waiting for the team fights to start. And so once they have the signal, the ignition is there and the following up damage are there as soon as possible. I think they're working entirely as a team. It's very clear they're definitely going to be is doing a better job than yesterday, of course. And I think for Team Sri Lanka, they're doing their best. They obviously have some strategy hidden underneath their draft. They're trying to use this melody to make something happen. I think this idea is good enough. You just have to practice more and spend more time trying to figuring out what should be doing, what should be your next move after gaining the mid lane priority. That's the main focus and the main crucial thing to do.
Yeah, the main feature that I can see from Team Sri Lanka is that we know that they chose Sima Yi as a jungler yesterday, right? Yesterday they paired up some damage doubting or burst damage doubting strategy.
Yes.
Angela with Sima Yi, they tried to do a lot of ganks in the early game, but for day 2, it seems like they totally got and turnover. It's like they go for another pushing strategy. They try to slow down. So it makes me feel like Team Sri Lanka, they're trying to, get into the game, try to find more possibilities, try to find a various way about how they're going to execute their composition. So worth a try.
Of course. So congratulations again to Team Nepal, and we are ready for interview, and let's check out.
All right, thank you. Welcome to the interview. I'm your host, Jacko, and it's very nice to having Galaxias here. Our solo land from the team Nepal. Please say hello to the audience.
Hello everyone, my name is Galaxia.
All right, congratulations for 2-0 winning this game. How do you feel right now?
I feel very excited and thank you everyone for your love and support, and thank you for my team being there to support me.
Yeah, I can tell you're very excited right now. So, your ID sounds like Galaxias in Spanish. Can you share with us why your ID name Galaxias?
It means sign like galaxy.
Silent galaxy.
Yeah, like star.
Like a star. Wow, that's really, really cool. So that will be the end of this journey. So what have you learned during this journey? I just wondered.
Teammates, very cooperative to each other, and like they were very struggled, team hard work, and I feel very happy to be with them.
Yeah, after you have been through everything, okay, teamwork is very important. So any word for your teammate right now?
Jai Nepal.
That's really, really cool. Thank you, Galaxia. Thank you for the interview. Let's go back to the caster.
I was really wondering what's that last sentence.
Yeah, me too. I'm
Yeah,
just a
I
little
was very
curious about that.
curious. Maybe it will be like, I love you guys, right?
You can type it into the comment, let us know. Because I really like those states that they got, right?
course.
They're really enjoying the game, and every single sentence that he said always mention about his team.
Of course.
Always mention about his allies. So I really like this idea that they're enjoying our RDAG game, and they're really trying to making a lot of progress.
Yeah, this is the charm about esports, right? You're gonna be always be touching and touched by those teammates' spirit, how they collaborate and cooperate with one another. You're gonna see those progress they made day by day as a team, and this is what like esports have been bringing this very positive energy to us together. And this is the main reason I love esports so much. I believe you do so, right?
Me too.
And yeah, how time flies, there will be the end for these 3 teams because we only have 3 teams in the region. So yeah, I was looking forward to see their next round of the performance, maybe in the actual like 19th Asian Games.
Sure.
Yeah.
Since we only got 3 teams in this region, so actually the ranking has already been settled.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I want to mention Team Jordan again. I think
course.
it's gonna be
Of course.
the last time we casting this
prize.
region's game.
Yes.
So Team Jordan, they won. They got like 2 wins in a row, 2 points already got in their hands. So. It was such a big challenge if you only got 2 games to play, and it's all in day 1,
Of course.
right? And everyone just being so nervous if you are facing some uncertainty, right?
Yep.
A lot of blind pick, a lot of blind choices, but Team Jordan did such a great job yesterday.
They have a very huge like stress because if I remember this correctly, they are the very first match in RDAG. They are
a
the one to
back-to-back play.
kick off, yes,
Yeah.
the very first match of RDAG 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version, and they are doing those back-to-back games again. So this schedule like started very at the very beginning and end very shortly, but like surprisingly they have 2 winnings and they are not even defeated once.
True.
That's a show of very powerful skills, I would say.
Definitely those mentalities, because we didn't even realize that they would have such a tight schedule. So after like we analyzed a little bit about how their journey in our RDAG, we would say like Team Jordan, they showed us their power, their stable mentality, and I'm really looking forward to their future play.
So at the very end, first of all, let us give a very huge like clap to the 3 teams. Thank you for your performance and participations. And the final result from West and South Asia regional groups is that like the first prize will be given to Team Jordan and Team Nepal will be followed, and the 3rd prize will be Team Sri Lanka. Thank you guys for your wonderful performances.
Yeah, exactly. The results is now showing our board for South and West Asia region. So congratulations again for all 3 teams. Did such a great job. And as
have a
for
special
Team
prize.
Jordan, yes,
Top rank.
they're gonna be the top rank of South and West Asia region.
Yeah, let's just together just like remember the name of Bawadi, Abu Yusuf, and Hajar, Jin, Via, and Zeed. Thank you guys for your performances, and we are ready for our award ceremony. Get the time to the arena.
Good afternoon, welcome to the award ceremony. I'm your host, Jacko. First of all, congratulations to the team Jordan on becoming the South and West Asia top ranked team. Next, the Audi Super A on the ring will be awarded, which will belong to the player who has the most brilliant performance in South and West Asia region. Let's check the video. Alright, congratulations, Bawadi! Hello. Alright, let's invite the competition manager of Asian Electronic Sports Federation, Mr. Jeff Lam, to present the award. Please present the Audi Super A on the ring. Let's take a photo for this moment. Thank you, Mr. Jeff Lam. Please take your seat. Alright, Bawadi, what does this award mean to you?
ايش ما هو السؤال؟ انت ترجمه. This prize هاي الجائزة بتعني لي كثير انه انا كنت لاعب مجتهد والحمد لله اخذت تقديري كلاعب.
Bawadi saying that this prize for me was very cool to me, and I worked hard for it, and I get it after all.
You deserve it, okay? You deserve it. So the second question, what did you learn from this journey?
اخذت خبرة كبيرة طبعا من هاي البطولة، انه لعبت ضد ناس منيحة وشاهدت ناس قوية بتلعب، وقدرت اخذ الاكسبيرينس المناسبة اللي تفيدني للبطولات الجاية ان شاء الله.
I played with very hard teams, and I got a lot of experience, and it was a very good tournament, yes.
A lot of experience, that's a good point. And that will be the end of this journey. So any word for your family or your supporters or your teammates?
بحب طبعا اشكر اهلي انهم ساهموا معي وشجعوني على الموضوع هذا، وبحب اشكر اصدقائي وتيمي طبعا اللي تعب معي كثير وتعبنا كثير الحمد لله عشان نقدر نوصل لهاي المواصيل، وطبعا بحب اشكر كل الفانز اللي بتابعونا.
I would like to thank my family and my friends, and especially for my team. We all worked hard and we finally got this prize. Thank you so much.
Okay, everyone's on your back, especially the teammate. You guys were bonded together by the name of the team Jordan, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully you can get better and better. Okay, thank you for the interview. Okay,
Thank you.
Let's take a break. We'll see you later.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
All right, welcome back. This is Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena Valor Asian Games version competition. I'm your caster, Isaac Peña.
I'm your caster for today, Tianying, as well. Second match of today.
Second match of today, right? In the first match,
I'm having such a good time.
It was so good. it was such a good game.
Yes.
I was watching the game. I was actually listening to you guys casting, and it was such an intense match. I loved the last moments of the second game when Xiahotun was just clearly just going to go for the crystal on his own. It was crazy. If that would have finished, I'm totally sure that we'll have taken the spotlight of the whole tournament.
A lot of craziness are going on today's matchups. Maybe this one we're gonna see something amazing happen, right?
I hope
like
so.
Team Myanmar and Team Vietnam. So Myanmar actually had a very good play yesterday, but unfortunately it's on the side match. So we did not have the opportunity to see what will be their gaming style, what will be the compositions and drafts they were gonna finally show us. Look at the ranking boards right now.
Oh, looking at the rankings, Team Malaysia right now is at the head with 2 wins after 2 games. But Team Myanmar with one only game, 1 point. It is going to be one of the teams that we need to keep an eye on. On the other side, Team Vietnam, one performance, still not a win. Hoping, really hoping that they can just turn things around and come up stronger today.
Just for your information, that the games that Team Myanmar yesterday have, the opponents will be Laos, and
Laos.
like that draft is very interesting. They use Da Chao and Lao Fuzi once for one. That's a very traditional duel. If we have some opportunity of seeing it, we'll be explaining to you guys more.
Yes.
And the second one will be like Kali, Xiahotun, and Sun Wukong as a side laner.
As a side laner, that is crazy. I have not seen that in a while. Let's see the starting lineup for Team Myanmar: Asing, AJX, Hero Xiaolin, and Megumi. All of them very familiar faces, right?
Very experienced, like esports player. That's the reason why their like composition is really complicated and very interesting.
On the other side, we're gonna have Team Vietnam, Funk and Stella, 712, DHT, and Funk N.
I mean, speaking of how complicated the composition is, I think I can possibly name Team Vietnam. They're very special. They have their own way of understand like Arena Valor Asian Games version.
And that's the interesting part, right? Like we're always just telling people what they should and what they should not pick. And when they come up with their own strats that not even us have thought about, it is really surprising and it's really refreshing.
Yes, Asing is waiting for today's matchups to be kicked off. Very relaxed, I would say.
I would put my hat in just saying that Asing might be one of the one of the strongest top laners in this competition, right? Like we've followed him already for a little while and we've seen his growth. And right now, I would say that he's coming to a peak in terms of level.
He reminds me of Xuan yesterday. They are very famous for their warrior plays. For example, Guan Yu, and those warriors you really realize on, for example, Hua Mulan, right? You needed to be surrounding the backlines and make those assassin-like moves, trying to destroy the backliners. So yeah, I was really looking forward to see the performance of our Asing, and hopefully we can see those progress they made as a team for Team Myanmar.
Because as a team, you need to keep just working on the coordination in between you and your teammates, right? Like it does not matter how good you are if you're just gonna be the one person that carries the team all the time. It does not work like that, right? Like when you come to a certain level, you need to have 5 people that might not be the best at what they do. But if the 5 people's synergy is right in there and they're top, they're just like a diamond for sure.
And I still hold my curiosity towards the composition that Team Vietnam is trying to pose, because yesterday, like Lu Bu as a support, that's really like creative, I would say.
Yes.
So sometimes we will rely on Lu Bu's ultimate as a mean to initiate, and that works. So I think this mechanism will be efficient once they can figure out what to do after the first 3 minutes of the beginning of the game. Maybe if they can do better during the middle phase, I think, this magical composition will be actually working.
Do you think that they're gonna keep playing that Lu Bu support again today?
You know, because they have picked Lu Bu 2 times in a row yesterday, I was afraid that maybe Team Myanmar will notice this, and there's a possibility that this Lu Bu will be banned away. What's your next move, right?
Of course. that would be something interesting to see, right? Like if that Lupo is not gonna be part of the mix, then what next, right? Like what are the options? Taiwan Z would be an option
Yeah,
right over
maybe.
there,
Mhm.
right? Like we were just talking about that. But I do not think that Team Myanmar is going to ban that Lupo. I would say that there are other heroes that need to be banned that take priority over that one.
Maybe we still have 2 banned places from Team Myanmar. The first one will be Donghuang. Yeah, I think if you want to take this Donghuang away, it's completely understandable. Donghuang is very easy to master and
Yes.
it's a strong initiation. It might cause some problem to your backlines and your frontliner as well.
Yeah, and it just gives a lot of pressure to the junglers, right? Like
The
because
suppression.
the assassins don't know what's gonna be the right moment just to come in and to jump.
Yep.
So just by knowing that, like that Donghuang can put a lot of pressure on Ajie, and Ajie might not want that.
I mean, being suppressed for over 2.5 seconds, like it's a long time in Arena Valor.
That is a long time, right? Like when you play our game, 2.5 seconds where you cannot move in the middle of a team fight, maybe the fight is gonna be completely decided after you're gonna be back online.
That might be the end of that team fights. Okay, very last ban. What will be the last hero that Team Myanmar choose to avoid dealing with? Okay, Da Qiao.
Do you think that Team Vietnam would be able just to use that Dacia strategy in this game?
I don't know, but I think like Team Myanmar have their planned. But because if like Team Vietnam wanted to use Da Qiao, they'll be completely changing their plot, right? Okay, Ashing already given us what we
Immediately.
want to see, right?
Immediately.
Guan Yu.
If you allow that hero out there, Asi is gonna put his hands on it every single time. The opportunities that you can have from that Guan Yu in terms of team fights are countless. So I'm really looking forward to that, and that pairing it with Kaiser, those two, perfect combo.
Yeah. So the ultimate from Guan Yu, the Razor Cavalry, like the
Yes.
charging stance, he can summon an iron amount of the knockback hero. So apart from it, those very huge like damage will be dealing to the backlines. He will be creating a lot of initiation skills towards the backline. Will be destroying their standing point positions. So like Guan Yu is a backline destroyer, I would say.
So let's wait and see how that's going to affect the strategy from Team Vietnam that is going to lock down Ata and Xiao Qiao.
All right, safety choice, I would say.
Yeah.
But you can already see that Team Myanmar is pairing the perfect duo out there. Kai and Guan Yu together.
Kai and Guan Yu, and then you have Zhang Fei and Gong Sun Li. This combo already looks very, very, very strong.
Very solid as to the laning phases and every aggressive when we are talking about the early or mid-game compositions and
Yep.
team fights.
Well, Trantro is going to be the option from Team Vietnam in trying to eliminate that first initiation. If they can hold to that Trantro's ultimate a little bit later when the fight starts, not immediately as the wild blood from Zhang Fei is going to come out. If they can hold to that ultimate a little bit longer, they might have an opportunity to win in there. We normally say that Guan Yu is a second initiation, right? Because right after the first initiation comes in, it's gonna come after when the battle is just going to start decreasing. I don't know if Team Vietnam is gonna have the opportunity just to hold to that ultimate for long enough time, just to wait.
I think like Team Myanmar is making very good use of being on the red side. They're countering with like strategy and composition that like Team Vietnam are showing.
Yes.
They're using their very last pick, like Kali as a counter pick towards those very short-handed, like short-ranged soldiers.
Yes.
So like Ata and Zhangzhou, they're very short-ranged heroes. So if you have this Kali with the ultimate that is so long, maybe you'll be stay like always like constantly safe on the back lines, and the only thing that frontliner have to do is just shoulder up those poking abilities from you. So I think this Kali is really good, a very perfect choice.
I agree. That Kali option is going to add a lot of mobility to Team Myanmar as they're going to have to roam in between lanes. This is going to be our second game of today. Is going to be in between Team Vietnam and Team Myanmar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what's going to happen, what they've got prepared for us.
I was expecting to see something like macro, more professional macro going on by Team Myanmar, because we usually will expect to see those top laners doing the lanings all the time. Maybe their laning phase will be lasting to 10 minutes mid-game. But if you are picking a Kaiser with Guan Yu together, you're supposed to let this Guan Yu onto the stage earlier. Maybe after cleaning the wave, you'll get there, you're going to be on the bottom side trying to initiate and help your team gaining a very winning skirmish in the early game.
Wow, that's very quick. Not even 1 minute of the game and already Kalin level 3.
Yep.
Took control of mostly of the monsters of the red buff area from Team Vietnam. As far as Celine, a little scrimmage with DHT. It's going to be difficult for DHT to try to win this laning phase.
Yes.
Because if the moment that Feng En is not going to be there to provide any kind of shielding from coming from Gonsun Lee, it might have just to wait under the turret.
I mean, Gonsun Lee can always use the parasol trying to dodge those AD damage from Sun Shangxiang. So we always say that like Gonsun Lee is winning the laning is because a good use of the second ability use the parasol.
And that second ability's cooldown is not that long as well. So
of course.
It just allows you just to keep doing it at every single wave. As every single wave just clashes in there, your cooldown is already back.
We're talking about the flexibility of Gonsun Lee all the time. Just imagine how many dashes like this hero has. He can always land in where the parasol is, so he can choose to go wherever like direction he want to go. That makes like why Gonsun Lee very problematic, especially during the laning phases.
Megumi is going to leave Gonsun Lee working on its own, and it's going to jump into the blue buff area just to come in and just take control of information, right? Right now, Megumi has an idea of when the blue buff is going to spawn. So as long as they have that information, they can try to control a little bit more the rhythm of the game.
All right, the blue is really, really low, is taken away by Megumi.
Taken away by Megumi, who's already level 4. The Wild Blood comes in. Asing is going to try to run away. Does not have enough space just to load the energy necessary to deal some damage.
It's just like an action of confidence, you know. You two, like duels, like dive in very, very deep, trying to steal this blue. And out of the pressure, I would say like Stella lose a chance trying to take this blue on their side.
They just came in. They did not want the fight. They just wanted just to come in and control the blue, right? As long as they did not give it to Stella, Stella's going to have to slow down a little bit more. And look at that. Targeting one more time. Megumi is going to come in. Feng En is going to try to provide a little bit of the support. And successfully, Stella is going to save that red buff.
You know, that thing of the blue actually is a strong hit towards Jin, because if you lose the blue buff initially, you'll be losing a lot of time because you'll be losing the cooldown. Without the cooldown, you have to retreat back and get the mana recovered, and you are losing the efficiency because you need a cooldown trying to clean the animals and the jungles quickly.
This is one of the things that we talk about Team Myanmar and their understanding of the game. They have not been any fights. No fights have happened already, and there's already a 1,500 gold advantage.
Good point.
No fights at all. That is for everyone just to try to analyze how you really win this game. Do you win this game by fighting, or do you win this game by taking objectives?
Good point. There's several ways you can possibly be the winner of the game.
Yeah.
Through one way, through always getting to a great like engagement team fights, you're gonna win. You're gonna have those gold given by you by like getting the takedowns. But the other way is that you do the invasion, you take the resource back away from enemies and opponents, and you will do it. Solo fighter on the top side.
Asing in a 1 against 2 was able to hold it in there. It's gonna be the first takedown for Team Vietnam. We're not expecting that one. Now it's gonna be Stella, the one that's gonna be in the hunt. It's gonna be put down one more time. It's gonna be a 1-to-1 trade here in the first 5 minutes of our game.
I like how Team Vietnam is trying to play this game. Like, I know you're doing your evasion, you're using macro like strategy trying to win, but you know, we are just doing whatever we want to do. We're according to our gaming style. We are engaging. We're trying to find your weakness, and through getting the very first blood of the game, I think it's okay for Vietnam. Maybe like the loss of Jin will be a problem, but you have to be giving out something in order to gain something back.
They need to give out something,
Yes.
right? Like that turret is going to fall for Team Vietnam, but look at that. The decision immediately just to go and trade that for the Overlord. That is a very good trade for them.
Changing the neutral objectives what will be the next move from Team Myanmar? Wow, solo.
An enemy. Tyrant
It's
has
gonna
been
be a
defeated.
solo takedown there for Team Myanmar. DHT thought that could take Xiaolin in a one-on-one, but it was mistaken. I've seen one more time against Stella, just pushing it once, trying to
Red
find the
team has
second,
slain
finds
an enemy.
there. The blade is gonna go through, and that's gonna be one more for Team Myanmar.
Yeah, make good use of the anger of the land will increase the attack speed, and also the attack damage will be largely increased. That's the reason why like the bursting damage from Gong Sun Li initially are this high.
Yes, because it's part of the anger of the land, one of those abilities, one of the skills that they need to learn, right? Like
Yep.
the ability, you keep that, it is a must-have for a hero like Gong Sun Li due to its mechanics.
I think the teamfight participation from Ashing is really high. This Guan Yu is everywhere.
Red
He's
team
not stuck
has
on the
destroyed
top lane,
a
right?
tower.
He's everywhere. He's trying to make sure that he can get this minion priority and be at the right place. So
Red
this is
team
how they are
has
acting
destroyed a
together
tower.
as a team. They're not engaging that often, but we are like discovering and finding out that they are taking total control of the map, Team Myanmar.
We talked about this yesterday, right? Like when we talked a little bit about how Guan Yu was a completely different hero
Yep.
compared to the rest of them, right? That due to its mechanics and just the speed, the mobility that you can get from that hero
Red
allows
team
your team to
has
play
destroyed
completely
a
different.
tower.
I don't think that Team Vietnam has right now nor the composition nor the strat to play against this.
Blue
Meguni
team
is going to
has
be
slain
taken
an enemy.
down,
Red
but
team has
712
slain
is
an
going to
enemy.
pay as well a one-to-one trade. As right now, Team Myanmar is going to move their eyes to the mid lane and try to force that second tier turret to fall as well.
Yeah, Team Myanmar is trying to step further closer to the high ground from the team to Vietnam. That's the reason why like Megumi is stepping like too
Yeah.
far away from the back lines. So even though like Jiang Fei went down for once, but in return they have a 1 versus 1. That's a fair trade, but not to mention their waves, their minions and their vision are so deep. They're spreading their room of making room and making rotations
Yes.
widely than ever.
No, and I would always trade support for a mid laner, right?
Of course.
Support for a mid laner is always a nice and fair trade for your team.
Even
8 minutes of the game right now, it's going to be Team Myanmar, the ones that are going to put the pressure on the confronting lane. Couple ballistas come in, a good position for Megumi. He's going to try his best to go from behind, but no, the disrupt is going to keep that turret on. It's going to be Ajay, the one that is going to put his eyes on
Red
Fong
team
An.
killing
And it's going to be Fong An instead, the one that's going to fall.
I think Team Myanmar is very confident with this Gong Sun Li choice.
Yes.
You can see from now on, like, as long as he picks the solo taken down happen on the bottom side of the map,
Stella,
he
look at
started
that.
like his way to control the game. Will this be a solo fight?
Let's see that. Stella is going to proc his mirror domain, and it's going to be seeing the one that is going to push once,
Red
push
team
twice,
has
and
slain
the third
an
one is
enemy.
going to take Stella on a 1v1 down.
Very sophisticated.
I love that. Look at that. One more time, Kali with the old teammates forcing the members from Team Vietnam to move back. The minions are going to come in the mid lane, and Fong An is going to try to slow them down. I see him coming from the flank. The goal right now is going to be to get on the target, and the target is going to be the mid lane turret.
Team Vietnam really have to gather around, trying to clean the minions together and do not like walk too far away from the
Yes.
base. Because you're losing vision, you don't know where your opponents will be in. So just get the outer turrets up and trying to protect the high ground tower together. They have Xiao Qiao, they have Sun Shangxiang.
Yeah.
I think their ability to clean the wave is okay, but they have
Yeah.
to stay alive all the time.
And that's the thing, like when the ex-hero decides to go on this Kali, Kali might not deal more like fatal damage.
Yep.
But it's
Okay.
going to be just
Has
enough just to
destroyed a
force
tower.
members from Team Vietnam to go back.
712 are trying its best, trying to aim for whoever is step closer to the high ground. They managed to force out Megumi's ultimate. This is one good news.
Yeah.
So they can finally breathe for a little bit and trying to like farm up for 1 more minute.
Megumi is going to lose that ultimate when in 4 seconds the Overlord is going to be online.
Oh.
Now as the Overlord and Tyrant is going to be enhanced, right now look at that. Team Vietnam knows that this is their opportunity. Megumi
Yeah.
does not have the
They're
ability
rushing out.
to go for it. Stella makes the call, and right now it's going to be Megumi, the one that tries to come in, taking damage from most members from Team Vietnam. Kali with the flash comes in, is going to
Red
force
team has
Stella
slain
back.
an enemy.
Stella is going to
Red
fall.
team
Fong An is going to fall as well. As seen Costco from behind, trying to put the dagger through DHT. the turret is going to take Asin down as well.
They're very decisive of where's their next move, right?
Yeah.
They're gathering around, giving up all the way from the top to the bottom side, even though the minions are just there, arriving at the high ground tower. They wanted to take this overload with them, but unfortunately, at this time of the game, the time they need to take this overload will be really, really long. And TM Myanmar is just arrived at the right moment. So getting those taken down, and right now TN Vietnam have to retreat back for a little bit more.
Look at that, Megumi is extremely low. It's going to be Gunsun Lee the one that's going to fall right now. Kali is going to take one back for a one-to-one trade, and that turret in the mid lane is still standing.
Oh, that's a good initiation from Ata. Managed to aim Gong Sung Lee down, getting this takedown. Really, this is like spirit uplifting. I think it will be giving themselves more time. And one good news for Team Vietnam is that even though the high ground is really, really low in HP, but it still survived.
It is necessary just to keep that one in there, even if it is just at 1% HP, right?
The minions are completely different.
The minions are completely different.
Yes.
You need to keep those super minions away from the game. Asin coming from behind, he's got vision on both of them. The Rage Cavalry comes in. 712 is going to fall first. Now it's going to be Toronto, the one that's going to follow. It's going to be just two people less. It's going to be a power play for Team Myanmar for the next 30 seconds. It might be the time that they need in order to finish this game.
Yeah, this is a very traditional way of how you use Guan Yu trying to initiate. You circled back to the backlines and use your ultimate trying to push them away with their teammates and get closer to wherever you want to put your enemies on.
Wait and see, the minions are coming in. It's still only 3 members on Team Vietnam. DHT is going to be forced against the wall. Megumi knows that he's tanky enough to push it back. The minions are in. Now it's going to be Team Vietnam,
They
the one
are
that
attacking
cannot
the
defend.
crystal.
And the Team Myanmar is going to take the victory of this first game.
Like, honestly speaking, I think within the 12 minutes, like, Team Myanmar is choosing to be the winner of this game in a very sophisticated way.
Yes.
Initially, I would say the first 5 minutes, what they're doing, what's on their plot is very like perfection. They are taking the neutral objective and the jungles, the buffs, the jungle animals, those resources away from Team Vietnam. So
Yes.
Vietnam will find themselves very, very hard and difficult trying to farm up. The resources are so limited. There's nothing they can choose from their jungles.
You can see a clear plan, right? Like, you can see a very clear strategy plan. As a macro, what they want to do is just to cut down the path to the resources. As long as you cut down the path to resources, the other team cannot build items. If they cannot build items, even if they would want to engage in a fight, as long as we have the numbers, there's no way that they can lose. So Team Myanmar just showed to us how to win the games with macro strategies instead of depending just on your own mechanics.
I mean, there's several ways of winning the game. For example, yesterday we saw a lot of wonderful plays by Team Malaysia. They used Shangguanwar, win a lot of games, and the several skirmishes happen from the top, from the bottom, from the mid, and the Shangguanwar is everywhere killing spree. This is one way to win the game,
Of course,
right?
mechanics, right? Mechanic superiority.
Yes. And the other way is that how like Team Myanmar is showing to us. Like you can always use a method which is called like invasion. Take control of the buff. You remember the spawning time of the next round of the buffs in the jungles, and you will be there getting your opponent's jungle away from them. And this will be like doubling your differences, right?
Of course, like it is important for us to understand the game as a whole. Right?
Yes.
The game as a whole. It's not about fighting. It's a matter of being able to have a little bit of an advantage, take down the turrets, and then take down the crystal, right? Team Myanmar with a great performance in this one. Now let's wait and see what's going to happen in the second game, but let's pay attention to the highlights. Look at that. I just love the way that X-Hero played at Kali as well. Like, we talked a lot about how Megumi and Asin were initiating, but the amount of damage dealt by X-Hero was vital for Team Vietnam not being able to come back.
And this pick is also a very great one.
Yeah.
Very good counter pick. Yeah, and this solo takedowns, I think it's okay because normally, like Jin, when Jin has an ultimate, it's very hard for you to predict where she's landing. So you gotta be patient. You gotta predict where is like Jin will be in the next second, and you use your passive trying to knock Jin away from the ultimate. Very hard to do.
Look at that, as I was just mentioning, X-Hero, the amount of damage dealt by X-Hero in that Kali.
Damage machine.
Damage machine completely. About 45% of damage, total damage dealt by the team was coming from X-Hero. vital position for him.
All right, let's see. The Audi Superior player will be awarded to Ashing, the Guan Yu player. Very nice move, very sophisticated gaming style. And he's given up the lanes, he's cleaning the lanes, and he will be appearing in the front side.
Well,
the rotations is very good.
If Team Vietnam allows him to take that Guan Yu, then probably it's going to have to be banned for the next one because there was no option against that Guan Yu.
Yep.
With Guan Yu picking there.
I think it's a show of confidence. Like this Guan Yu is just like what we saw on the other tournaments, right? They're still very good in the teamwork. They know exactly how to do the macro, how to manage the resources.
Yeah.
It's like initially the two teams, you have 50, I have 50, right? But I'm taking 20 from you and I become 70 and I only left you 30.
That is
doubling the differences.
Well, Team Myanmar starts this with a 1-0 victory. Let's wait and see what's going to happen for the second game. We're going to have a short break right now. Stay online, and then we'll be back with the second game.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The Arena of Valor Asian Games version Honor of Kings event will span a total of 6 days, from June 27 to July 2nd. Out of the 5 regions in Asia, South Asia, and West Asia will merge to form a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete individually. Each region will host its own regional competitions. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The Southeast Asia region is composed of 7 teams, namely the Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Feel the heat in this tropical region and witness the passion rise to a fever pitch. The call to battle has been sounded. Which team will rise above the rest and embark on the journey to the Asian Games? There is only one way to find out.
which means that the Kali will have shorter cooldown,
Yes,
and the
exactly.
ultimate will be everywhere.
Oh, Blazing Brilliance comes in, and Yusef that is going to jump in. He's going to respawn thanks to Bien. Bien that stuns one person. Angela is going to fall. Bien is going to fall as well. It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. Athena is going to make it a 2-1 trade for Team Jordan. Does not
Looking for
follow.
UG.
UG procs the second ability. Doofy is going to fall. Galaxia comes in from the skies. Jumps in with a flash, but the damage is not lethal. The turret is being taken down one more time. Look at that! Dawadi one more time takes 3 players from Team Nepal down.
Charge forward, they thoroughly take down all those towers, and now they even want more.
Wow,
Got another
Boiler.
stun. Legendary goes over to the Shangguan Wang area and leap to the sky. Try to leap in, and let's see Lu can't get away from this skirmish. She has been taken down.
So initially, I think Team Malaysia, the frontliners, Liang Ho, are going too far. There's not enough following damage, but the team
No,
fight
look at that.
still continues.
Continues one more time. Trying to guard resources. They're just failing at that at the moment. One more time. Look at that.
Woohoo!
Flash. And it's going to control 3 of them. Great, perfect control coming in through Spaghetti. Team Singapore right now with that 3-0 trade.
大家好，我是缅甸代表队的托网球，我的游戏 ID 叫 Ace Hero， 我是中路选手。
大家好，我是来自老挝代表队的塞海塞友翁。在接下来的采访中，我会用中文进行回复。我的 ID 是阿海，然后在战队中打的是中路位置。
Hello, I'm Vachilanantawan from Thailand. My in-game name is Summer. I play in top lane.
大家好，我是新加坡代表队的 Amos， 我的游戏名是 Guard， 我在游戏里的位置是打野。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình tên là Nguyễn Thị Phương Yên, tên thi đấu của mình là Phương Yên, mình đến từ Việt Nam, vị trí thi đấu chính của mình là trợ thủ.
电子体育对我来说就是我的一切吧，因为我在这个行业待了4年多，我一直很喜欢那种打比赛的感觉。
For our team to improve, we always play at night. We took scrims for 6 hours for this game.
我之前参加的比赛都是线上赛，然后这是我第一次参加线下赛，所以会比较紧张，然后也很开心能认识更多选手。
I think the highlight in our team is the unity, and we have more experience.
Chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị cho cuộc thi này rất nhiều. Chúng tôi luyện tập rất chăm chỉ và tôi tin chắc rằng sẽ có kết quả tốt.
在东南亚赛区里面，我觉得最强的对手是马来西亚，因为之前交过手的时候，我们差点就赢了。这一次我们一定会打赢他们。
在我们赛区里，其实强队也不少，但是我们有自信可以拿到第一。
I think our team is on average, but we'll do our best to get a higher rank.
我们还是很有信心在这个小组拿到第1名的，来挑战我们吧。
RDAG, chúng tôi đã tới và sẽ chiến đấu hết mình.
RDAG, พวกเรากำลังมา
Welcome back, welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Remember, this is Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. Myanmar against Vietnam. Team Myanmar against Vietnam. 1-0 right now for Team Myanmar.
What do you remember from the pre-interview?
From the pre-interview, I like the fact that a lot of the players talk about unity.
Okay.
They talk about just understanding that it's a team sport, right? It's not about how good I am, but actually how good can I make my teammates become, how stronger I can become for them.
Yeah, this is actually one of the highlights from the clip, right? Just shown to us. But there's one thing, that interview with X0, that's really interesting because I personally was looking forward to see that battle between Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia.
True.
This might be the most amazing one because just flashback of their former previous performances, I believe that these two stands a greater chance to be the ranked number 1
of course
in this region.
No,
right?
when you analyze their movements, right?
Yes.
When you analyze what they do during the game, you start seeing that they've got a little bit longer time preparing for this competition, right? They have a little bit more mature strategies. So when you think about what's going to happen when we're going to have those two in there, that game Myanmar against Malaysia is going to be something that we want to be watching together.
So if you were interested about that game, about the result of the game, this match will be kick off in June the 30th. Okay, 4 p.m. Just stay tuned and watch it. It will be extremely good to cast, to watch, to like just appreciate.
It's gonna be nice. We're gonna be here, so you can just be online, and then we'll be here with you. We can watch together.
Okay, like set this topic aside. I think like Team Myanmar, they have a better preparation.
Yeah.
As to this because. Solidly, they have like deeper hero pools. Not only like Ashing is very good with Guan Yu, of course, but as a matter of fact, he is also very good like tank players.
Of course.
Yeah, so maybe this time they might consider like changing the cores. Maybe give the core to the junglers. Maybe the Jin and the Lion are all available to choose, and they only have to win one more to finish off this entire series, BO3. They have already at their match points till now.
So probably they might want just to go with something like either Jing or Lamb, or even just turning X hero into the core and then just probably choose Raz. We have not yet seen Raz in this competition, right? We might want to see a mage assassin from mid lane.
Well, we saw Shang Guanwan a lot.
We saw Shang Guanwan a lot, that's true.
But Raz, like no time.
Nope.
I was expecting to see Raz all the time.
And you see, and the fact that Raz and Shang Guanwan, both of them are mage assassins, and Shang Guanwan has had such a great performance, just brings up the question.
Raz can do so.
Is it due to the player's skill, or is it something that another different character might be able to benefit from?
Yep. So let's see. Maybe this game, Team Myanmar and Team Vietnam, will show us a new way, a creative way in their composition, the formation of the heroes. Let's see from the bans here. All right, avoid dealing with Guan Yu. I like this.
That is good, and probably that's going to force Ashin just to move into a tank. And if it's been moved into a tank, that's going to put the spotlight on Ajie and whatever that he's going to decide to choose.
And Daqiao remains as a question because yesterday, like Team Myanmar used Daqiao, get a very perfect ending and points. Very good performance, very stable performance. They're using this very strategic system very well. Okay, it's banned from them by themselves.
It's
so
banned
no
out of there.
Is available right now.
That's the problem when you are in the red side, right? Like when you're in red and then you come to that last ban, you start thinking like, I might want it, but I do not want them to take it either. That last pick, that last ban from the red side for me is the hardest one of all.
Of course, the very first pick will be to the side of Team Vietnam. Xiaohotun, swing a choice. Okay.
We discussed this yesterday, right? Like Xiaohotun as the first pick does not allow any extra information to the other team. Could be anything. You could play it in multiple different ways.
Oh, it's done. Like Team Myanmar is given our answers. Like I'm still use this Kai as a jungler, so I'm gonna do another soldier, maybe Mulan, maybe Lu Bu. I am possibly thinking about a lot of soldiers. We have Li Xin, we have Qi, and we saw like Wukong.
We saw Wukong before,
a top
right?
laner yesterday, so everything can happen.
But you see like Wukong right now just coming in as a top laner against Lu Bu and against Xiaohotun. Does it have that much burst damage just for it?
They're still trying to decide what will be their final answer. Goes to the top side of the map. Still remaining as a mystery.
Just go with a Sun Shanxiang right now, and then just Sun Shanxiang and Fran Fei combo would be enough information. Then you can decide on what you want to do for the confronting lane later.
I mean, for me, like Xiao Qiao and Lu Bu, these are the most popular hero picks for the side of Team Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
They always use Xiao Qiao and Lu Bu all the time. Yuji, very late game heroes.
Very late game composition overall.
Yes.
Yuji, Lu Bu, and Xiao Qiao, all of them very item dependent.
They have the last plays for Lumber. Yeah, this is a very traditional. I was wondering if this Lu Bu will be playing as to switch to the support, but Lumber is okay.
Lumber is a good
Those
thing.
CC chains are there.
That's something that we need to point out of Team Vietnam today compared to what they did yesterday, right? Like their compositions are completely different to what they had yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday their compositions were a little bit too unique, and right now what they have is something that follows a little bit closer to our understanding of the meta.
I love Lumber a lot because like the ultimate from Lumber will like split. He's using his axe trying to knock up the enemies, and this kind of AoE initiation skill can be paired up with Lu Bu's ultimate, the Fallen God. So maybe this 2 ultimate will give like Team Myanmar's backline are strong hits. I was wondering what they can do about this, because if their last picks is Laofuzi.
Yeah. If they're gonna play Laofuzi, they're just gonna split push.
Yeah.
They're just gonna try to split push and try to find members from Team Vietnam as they are in the rotation. They might just want to do that because Laofuzi and Kaiser, both of them, they have the ability just to ambush. And if they are able just to wait in the bush for the right moment to come out, it might be difficult for Xiao Chao. It puts a lot of pressure on Xiao Chao.
But I think we might see some very interesting pictures during the team fights, because like Laofuzi's ultimate together with Joey's fire and flames, we're gonna see those Laofuzi using the ultimate, trying to lock the enemy down to a circular area, and that area will be full of the fires. You'll be constantly getting those continuous damage from Zhou Yu.
Look at that, Team Myanmar with the same strat one more time, right after they finish cleaning the wave. They do not go for the buff.
Yep.
They do not need the buff, they just go directly for the lizards. Let me have those lizards and then I will just take control of that. One more time. Look at that, 712 did not like the movement, but Team Myanmar right now puts their focus on the sprites.
You know, a lot of supports are pairing themselves with the Smite as a skill, but I think Megumi is the one who uses the Smite the best, because normally those supports with the Smite, I did not see a lot of invasion.
But the invasion cannot just come from the fact that, oh, I have the Smite, so I need to jump in, right? It needs to be a team decision. Someone needs to come in with me.
You need to be assisted.
You need to be assisted. You cannot just depend on yourself.
And you have to know where exactly their jungles and buffs are spawned, or otherwise you're wasting your time.
Sure. AESF taking control of the Firehawk. Boom, he's gonna be launched. He's still level 2. He's not tanky enough. Now it's gonna be Team Myanmar, the ones that they're gonna try to counter-attack. Stella being taken extremely low and it's going to be down.
Oh,
it's gonna be the
combo.
first one for Team Myanmar.
Like, there's a lot of details, like the Ashin's first ability and Aji's second ability are going onto the same target at the same time. So they're knocking back 2 members from Team Vietnam at the same time and getting this kill to their side.
Fong An locked down under the turret was nothing that it could have done. That Lu Bu not having the best start ever.
I love that you're leaving your archer doing the laning by themselves. Given the tough them, they do not need to be protected by the supports. They can do this all by themselves. And if Yuji can use this very long distance first ability well, like Marco Polo will be having a lot of problems.
Marco Polo is not very strong in the farming here in the farming lane, right? It's not going to be easy for him to survive, but at the same time, with all the pressure that the rest of his teammates are putting on Team Vietnam in the other areas, there's no need for Marco Polo to leave the turret.
Yeah, Yuji's first ability is an arrow. So after short break of gathering the power, that arrow, the initial damage of the arrow is very, very high.
Wow, and Asin's got the target on his back and it's going to fall one more time. Asin on that Laofuzi doing a perfect job. Look at that Marco Polo stepping a little bit too deep and an unnecessary movement. Xiaolin is going to fall right now. It's going to be fun and taken extremely low. The minions are going to come in and it's time to just take down the turret.
Yeah, that's a bold move from Xiaolin. Xiaolin should not be there. He's going too deep.
Look at Asin. Just waiting for
Asin is crazy right now.
Look
There's
at that.
nothing. There's nobody who's gonna stop him. Oh, this is a combo I talked about.
Yep, exactly.
Once you bind someone up, and you'll be followed by Joey's flames.
The flames of war coming in from Zhou Yu and that combination done with Asin are taking full control of the top part of the map.
So how to play this Joey is that you hand summons a fire using your second ability and you put it on a specified position and you use your first ability using the wind trying to blow to certain direction. So your flyer will follow and you will be creating a huge AoE damage.
Look at that right now. The movement is going to be the red buff. The next target, Team Myanmar, successfully take control of that, making the gap in between them and Team Vietnam already 3,000 gold. Fong and the Armageddon not gonna be enough.
has
Flash
slain
comes
an
in.
enemy.
Now the target goes to DHD. Adje taking damage from the turret. It's gonna have to pull Blue back.
Yeah, there's not much to do for Team Vietnam once they are bind by LaFu's ultimate, right? So he can unleash the ultimate everywhere he can. He'll be followed. There's following what damage needed, and whoever got binded will just simply take in and shoulder up those damage.
Whoa, the right moment for Megumi to go with the wall blood, and right now it's going to be Feng and the one that is going to be taking damage. Adje needs to pull back. Asin is being chased by Stella and 712. It's going to be 3 members. Asin cannot do anything in a 1v3. A good 1-0 trade for Team Vietnam.
Yeah, it's a 2 versus 3 at the very end, so they are choosing to split up. So Kaiser is going to the other ways, while LaFuzi will be doing 1 versus 3.
It is a tough decision, right? Because you always just say, like, we might be able to come back, but it's better just to give them a 1-0 instead of giving them 2-0.
Of course. Split up strategy. You can still save 1. All right, Team Vietnam.
Megumi taking control of the resources, rotation going down. DHD is going to be surrounded by 3 members.
Wow. A simple glimpse of Zhang Fei forced
And
out
that
the
was
flash
it.
after UG.
And that flash's cooldown is going to be very long, so that was very expensive for them.
Yeah, 2 minutes. 120 seconds will be needed for the second flash to be revived again.
One more time right now, the rotation is going to go to mid lane. That's going to be the next target. 712, the Meteor Thurman coming in. Not enough damage, and now it's going to be the turret, the one that's going to fall.
Red team has destroyed a
But
tower.
the middle waves cannot be clean. Vietnam is traveling around, but they're not paying attention, like focusing on the waves. If, like Team Vietnam, have the wave followed by them, they will be taking down your turrets. And once your tier 1 turrets in mid lane went down, you will find yourself very restricted in your vision, in your room of space, in your rotation routes.
You cannot come out, you cannot walk easily anymore.
Yeah.
Like, you need to just be thinking about, there's always going to be someone behind me. Focus fire on Megumi, walking around like he does not care. Walks in extremely deep. Megumi with the stun. DHD is going to be taken down. Good control by Megumi. Xiaolin comes in with the combo, and they take a 1-0 trade plus the turret.
Yeah, the team that just not happened, I think like Team Vietnam is losing their communications. They're not acting at the same levels, right? Like Lu Bu wants to initiate, but Lumber wants to protect, and Yuji got right on target. Run knocked up, and there's nothing they can do.
Look at that, X-Hero with the Flames of War one more time, allowing Aji enough time to get out of the little problem that it killed what got in.
Now, what makes like this Zhou pick really good is that this Flames can also deal damage to the turrets, so they can take down the turrets in a very effective way, I would say. Not to mention Marco Polo is like doing solo farming up right now. There's 2 dashes and a Purify of Xiaolin. Xiaolin will be stay safe all the time. Dodging a lot of initiation still.
In, trying to use its life to try to take the minions down. The minions are going to be cleared, but it's going to be Feng and the one that's going to pay with its life.
Yeah, it will be really easy for Marco Polo trying to dodge the ultimate from Lu Bu. Only use a simple dash. Dash back and use the fire and the bullets, trying to steal away, trying to do the poking damage.
The ballista comes in, the flames are coming as well. Team Vietnam is going to be decimated to only 1 member, only 712. Ace down. It's going to be Team Myanmar that is going to win that with a 5-0 trade. And it's going to come in the Armageddon Shrine in the last option, trying to take that minion down. It's not going to be enough. Team Myanmar. Minions coming in, the crystal is the target. Congratulations to Team Myanmar with that second victory.
You know, even though like initially we're seeing the LaFuzi everywhere picking up those fights and winning, including the perfect combo duo with Kai, those knocking backs actually won themselves the very first team fights. But I say the man behind all of the plotting is Zhou Yu. This Zhou Yu is getting the priority and being on the right route, right? He's going to the top, trying to help LaFuzi picking up those very winning fights and gaining those winning victorious fights over there. Skirmish happened. And on the bottom side, Marco Polo initially are doing a lot of stress. You know, this Yuji is quite accurate with the arrow. So Marco Polo calls for help, and this Zhou go in down there, helping Marco Polo farm up for a little bit and take Marco Polo away and release Marco Polo from the bottom side of the map and to the jungle, getting the red buff and started taking down towers. It's like a whole plot written down there, and they are doing every single step according to what they scheduled.
Just building up on your point right now, I would like to highlight X-Hero's importance to the whole combination of the Team Myanmar, right? In the first game with the Kali and the second game with the Troyu, dealing damage and just being in the right moment, the right place at the right time allows Team Myanmar just to move a little bit more freely.
Yep.
And at the same time, looking at it from the perspective of Team Vietnam, it allows a kind of pace and rhythm that Team Vietnam did not have enough time to communicate and to try to solve.
Yep.
Because the attacks, because the ganks are just happening one after the other, there's no time to actually communicate in between. The pace was so high that Team Vietnam did not find a solution, they did not find the right answer how to combat.
I mean, the decisions at the late game towards the end of this game will be quite chaotic from the side of Team Vietnam, but on the other side, you will see that, I mean, it's a perfect textbook example of how to play a very good mage in current meta. For like X-Hero, you are everywhere. You're cleaning, you're taking care of your tower, and you're defending your own vision, your own river, and then you're helping your archer doing the laning, and you're helping your top lane in getting the kills and the takedowns.
And it might be a little bit of the dirty work from this whole fight, because X-Hero does not take many kills, but at the same time it deals so much damage for someone else just to take the victory, right? Just for someone else to take the spotlight.
Yes. We're gonna see the game and data. I think the assistant, like the team fight participation of X-Hero will be really, really high. Over 80% maybe.
Participation is gonna be over 80, and I'm almost certain. Look at that.
Yeah.
The damage dealt, very well done from X-Hero, Ajay, and Asing. The three of them just dealing most of the damage from Team Myanmar.
I mean, the mages at current meta, I think they are the controller, they are the mind, they're the brain behind all of the plots. He decide which will be the area they want to focus, they want to make good use of, they want to take advantages. Okay, double MVP. Audi Super player again, awarded to Ashin.
Team Myanmar, Asing, 6-1 and 4 in KDA. Just completely different hero compared to what he played before, right? Like just not showing that he's just a one-trick pony, but actually that he can actually just move in between heroes and then get everything done.
What's so special about the Laofu that he played? He also had his own gaming styles. Like this Laofu is not only as an initiation, it's not a tank, it's a half tank, half warrior. His initial the team fight, and also he's dealing those damage to the opponents that Lu Bu might be feeling quite vulnerable, right? Miserable experience. Okay, so much for this game, and we're ready for interview.
各位欢迎来到采访席，我是主持人嘉豪。Hello, welcome to the interview. I'm your host Jacko. 在站长我旁边是来自于缅甸代表队的中路 X-Hero, and now we have the midland X-Hero from the team Myanmar. Please say hello to the audience. 跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是缅甸代表队的中路选手 X-Hero。
Hello X-Hero， 其实我想问你的第一个问题呢，就是首先要恭喜你们2-0赢下了这场比赛，然后看起来的话，目前缅甸代表队已经有一点势不可当的意识了。你在这个赛区里面，你觉得哪支队伍目前来说是对你们而言是比较有竞争力的？
我觉得是马来西亚队吧。
那是为什么呢？
因为上次在之前的比赛上跟他们交过手。
就觉得他们很强。
对，很强。
Okay, I was just asking, congratulations for 2-0 winning this game, and seems the team Myanmar right now is unstoppable. So I just wondering if he can suggest some team can show some competitive with them. I would want to know that. And his answer is the team Malaysia, because the last time against with them, really show they're competitive to them, and they think it's really hard to fight. So this is the first question, and the second question is, you have been played the side lane and the mid lane. Which lane you love the most, or which lane you play the best? 第二个问题就是你也玩过边路，也玩过中路，哪一条路你是觉得最喜欢的，或者你最擅长的？
我中路的话比较擅长吧。
中路比较擅长，为什么呢？
因为之前也是一直在玩中路，一直就接触的就是一个中路选手。
Okay, as X-Hero, he said he loved the mid lane the most, and he played the mid lane the best because he always played the mid lane. And the next team they gonna against with is Team Thailand. So what do you think? You think you still have the competence to 2-0 defeat them? 第三个问题就是接下来你要面对的就是泰国代表队，你有没有这个信心能够再次将他们2-0拿下？
我们有很大的信心嘛，因为之前也是打他们，为了打他们也准备了很多东西，阵容之类的，然后分析了一下。
Okay. He said he have the fully competent to 2-0 defeat the Team Thailand because they do a lot of research and analyze Team Thailand. So right now he feel fully confident of that. So I cannot wait to see the game coming. 我是来不及想要看到这场比赛的一个到来了。感谢X-Hero 接受我采访。Thank you X-Hero for the interview. Okay, let's have a break. We will go back soon. 我们稍作休息，马上回来。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome back to Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. I'm your caster, Isaac Peña.
I'm your caster, Yixue, and we're gonna dive right into this game. But before it, we can see a lot of competition actually just took place in our side stage.
Yeah, in our side stage, we had Team Malaysia victory 2-0 against Team Philippines.
Wow,
which was
Team
a really,
Malaysia.
it was a really nice match, right? Already
Yeah.
Team Malaysia, 3 presentations, 3 victories. They're at the top of the rank right now.
Exactly, like in the current stage, we would say Team Malaysia, they just showed us their dominance in this Group 3 since they are quite experienced with our game, and also like every single player
Yes.
can shoulder up to play such an important carrying role in their team.
That is really good for Team Malaysia. Now, moving into today's match, the next one, we're going to have Team Laos against Team Thailand. Team Laos is going to start with Slayer, 901, 919, Ahai, Tom, and Easy Baby.
For Team Laos, they got 1 point in their hands since they got 1 win and 1 loss. On the other side, we can see the lineup from Team Thailand. It will be Summer, Berlin, Mimark, 007X, and Moss.
You just mentioned, right, that both Team Thailand and Team Laos, both of them one victory and 1 defeat from yesterday's performances and today's, right?
So both teams only got like 1 point in their hand. So it's gonna be the game to depend their ranking, their current ranking. So in the previous games, we would say like they are played in a totally different way.
Oh, how's that?
Like
That's interesting.
for example, for Team Laos, for their junglers, he always go for those core players. For example, Quick Knack, Lime, Jing, you know, mechanics.
Like real assassin junglers,
Yeah,
right?
just like one hit but do it lethally. On the other side, we would say Team Thailand, they actually did a lot of tanky junglers. For example, like Bai Chi.
All right, so it would be just like a little bit more tankier jungler with a warrior on top.
So actually, that also means Team Thailand try to prioritize their top laner and also their
Yes.
archer.
Okay. So that's 2 completely different strategies that they could be playing for today. That opens a lot of different options in what the ban and pick stage is going to be.
Yeah, and actually, you know, from the camera row, we can see all of those players, they're just, you know, get into those atmospheres. Yeah, they're really happy to show their confidence and try to do some posters.
Yeah, exactly. What about in terms of mid laners? Are there any difference in terms of mid laners or something that we would like to spot?
Yeah, that's also going to be a really crucial point since Team Laos actually for the mid laners, they're really favored Kali.
Okay, Kali, very long range, right? Like we saw a lot of Kali in today's previous games as well. Like Kali has become a very top pick over there in mid lane.
True. So if we put it together, we would say Team Laos, they try to build up a composition with a poking damage and come up with the jungler's burst damage. On the other hand, we would say Team Thailand, we mentioned about their tanky junglers, so they prioritize their mage to that Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao
The
would be
burst
the
damage,
one.
right?
Yeah. So actually, like both team, actually they have their individual playing style.
Yep.
For Team Thailand, they would prioritize their mages and their archers a lot. And for Team Laos, they would just go to that classic double core playing style.
All right, I imagine that the coaches have done this analysis already, right? Preparing towards this match. So the BP is going to be a very interesting one. What is going to be given? What's going to be taken? We're going to just start over there with that side. One of them is going to have a priority, and how to use that priority is going to be important, right? Team Thailand is going to be on the blue side and Team Laos is going to be on the red. Allowing Team Thailand just to go with the first ban is going to be Tachio.
And also for Team Laos, they just ban away this Guan Yu as a response. You know, you just brought a really interesting topic to the table that actually we can analyze more about the drafting. I still remember like at the end of yesterday's game, we said like after those information has been exploded, right? Everyone know that what's your strategy, what's your comp, what you go for. So for today's drafting, actually, there's a lot of targeting bans that can be seen. For example, this Kali, we just talked about that.
Just talked about Kali and how Kali has become such an important hero, right?
Yeah.
So, well, like probably Team Thailand just not allowing Kali in there. What is going to be the first pick? They might just want to go with either Zhou Yu or Xiao Qiao for their mid laner. Two of those options would be really good.
Yeah. So it depends on Team Thailand what kind of options that they're going to offer to Team Laos. Maybe for Team Thailand, they're just going to go for some heroes like Sulia, because it seems like they used that before.
Well, it's going to be Kaiser. Kaiser is going to be the tanky jungler that we were talking about previously, right? So probably a Kaiser option in there. Always a Kaiser plus something like Mulan or
Marco Polo.
Laofuzzi, Marco Polo, exactly. It would be a really nice combo for them to try to explore.
Yeah, we can see like different teams. They are playing totally different styles. Some are really into those aggressive, invasions and try to make a lot of things happen. But some of the teams are just trying to play proactively, try to operate a little bit. And like even for today, we saw some highlights for those teams utilizing those minions, try to steal away the crystal.
Yes.
That was a good one.
That was a pretty nice moment from the day. That was a pretty nice moment from the day. Lianpo.
Lianpo to play maybe as a support, maybe at the top laner, we don't know.
It could be both, right? Like it could be in both positions. The flexibility that hero allows the team. It is a good option for both support and in the confronting lane. We would need to see, right? Like Thane, the option on top laner. It just tells you a little bit that Lianpo on top lane would be actually a better option than just having it in support.
True. If it's not Lianpo to play in the confronting lane, we will say no one can contest the lane.
Of course.
Thing would be like the meta pick, I would say, like the most OP one right now.
Yeah, right now, Thane, in terms of confronting lane, like I would say that Thane does have the upper hand in most of the matchups that this meta allows.
And we actually saw a lot of highlights being made by this thing, right? That triple and a lot of initiations.
Yeah. And look at that, Quay Goods is going to be the support for Team Thailand, and Team Laos is going to reply back to that exact pick with Zhuangzhou.
Yeah, Zhuangzhou again. Team Laos actually, like every single round, they would use Zhuangzhou at least one time. They played 2 matchups before, and every matchup they would use this Zhuangzhou. Because Zhuangzhou is a really nice protective support, just utilizing his ultimate, try to provide a second chance, purify all those debuff.
It is not being used in that much of dealing damage, and in Zhuangzhou is not actually that tanky, but just the qualities of Zhuangzhou and what can be done as a utility hero for the team, what it can bring to the mix is something that they might find as a solution to that Quay Goods. We saw a lot of Quay Goods yesterday, right?
True, because Quay Goods may not be the one to open the vision, but if Quay Goods can rotate and send allies in units, they were gonna succeed a lot of ganks.
So Moss and that Quay Goods might have the opportunity to initiate and take the controls and take control of the rhythms of the game. Let's wait and see what Moss is going to do, what Team Thailand on the blue and Team Laos on the red are going to present to us in this. That is going to be the first game of this matchup.
And again, for both teams, they only got 1 point in their hand, so both teams are just going to vie for this important point.
See, Team Thailand comes in, Moss is going to have eyes on what 919 is doing. They know right now that he's starting from the blue. Kaiser deciding to start on the red, so the pathing from the junglers is going to meet up in the confronting lane in about a minute and a half.
True, and here's some details. If you trying to, jungling from the bottom side to the top, you are gonna waste more time.
Yeah.
Since you need to, have a longer way to just, wander. So Sheldon's gonna on the B8 on the top, quicker than Kaiser.
Let's wait and see. Right now, we know that the next wave of minions is going to be the cue for them to just meet each other on the top left corner of your screen.
You know, I'm wondering, will we see the very first tie, you know, the very first, like,
yeah,
1-1 and then make it to 2-1? Because that's so far, every game just end up with a 2-0.
Yeah, all of them have finished in a 2-0 right now, but who knows? This might be the one that is going to go all the way to the 3 games. At 46 right now, we can see the difference on those decisions from the junglers, right? 919 just making already like the rotation towards the bottom. Spots Moss over there in that bush. The second ability comes in. Panda's going to try to jump as well, but the damage is not going to be enough.
Flash in.
The flash coming in, the righteous slam. Aha, it's going to be launched back home. And it's going to be a 1-0 trade for Team Thailand.
That was such a great CC done by Summer. We can see as long as Limbo's at the front, Team Thailand won't be a lack of control abilities. They just, you know, before the initiation, it seems like the communication is quite tight. You know, they just arriving on time.
Yes,
the positioning, the timing.
Thane makes the TP back just to try to help out, but he comes in a little bit too late, right?
True.
Already the damage dealt by Summer was already given.
Seems like Team Thailand, they got a tighter coordination. Everyone just know, but for Team Live, they're trying to pressure on this Limbo. They know that if Limbo is absent, Team Thailand would be really hard.
Oh, look at that. Moss comes in. He's going to control a couple of them, but it's going to be Trundle that's going to purify. That's going to be Slayer, the one that's going to have a target on his back. Thane is going to be taken down.
That was crazy. Summer again for his highlights. Got another soft control combined with Xiao Xiao's ability. It was such a great opening setting for Team Thailand.
Team Thailand, very well done in this 3.5 minutes of game. Already leading with a 2,000 gold advantage on the cards.
And I always say every team fight, it is because of Summer's CC. It is because of his ultimate that helps Team Thailand to build such a great advantage in the early game.
Now, it is very important, right? I would like to highlight the way that Moss comes in from behind and then just allows everyone just to put the pressure on the players, right? Like Moss's ability forces the whole team Lao just to walk into one specific direction.
Yeah. They always just rotate in groups, and Team Thailand now actually they gain the vision control, so they can just, you know, go wherever they want. They got Lianpo, they got Kaiser, and even more performing more sophisticated is that Team Thailand, they try to do that 4-1 push, send Kaiser to the confronting lane, let him to have more gold.
Yes.
Just let Lianpo and Guiguzi try to, you know, prioritize the bottom lane.
Look at that. And Sun Shanxian and Guiguzi right now putting so much pressure on Fang.
Here comes Kaiser.
Kaiser comes in from behind. Then it's going to be Thane that was going to fall one more time. A 2-0 trade right now for Team Thailand.
It just made me feel like Team Lives, they're overwhelmed by those constant attacking speed.
Yes.
It's just endless initiations. Actually, Team Lives, they're doing really great job is that they are utilizing their abilities. They got Zhou Yu, they got Fan, so they don't need to worry about all those minion waves, right? They can easily take it down. But the problem is they can't handle those endless team fights.
Look at that, 919. Meteors are going to start falling from the sky. Slayer is going to dash into the fight. Nothing that he can do. And then 919 is going to have to go back to base.
If 919 is going to his own base, then the blue buff's going to be invaded. Here comes Summer again, but he tried to ultimate and flash out because he knows that Xiahou Duan was already there.
Right now, Team Thailand has the advantage. They do not need to engage in unnecessary battles, right?
Yeah.
Like they do not want just to give the opportunity for Team Laos to change the script. Look at that. Moss comes in one more time, brings him back, but Marks does not have his abilities already set.
It's going to be the time for Team Laos. Try to do some nice counter attack. But
that look at Moss' position.
whoa.
Moss's position is perfect.
What
He's
did
going
he
to
flash
come
in?
in with the flash as well. Mimar's ability is going to be wide, and Tom is going to try to escape. Right now, Tom is going to be on the counter attack. This battlefield is split in two.
Well,
Bang
let
is
you
going
go.
to fall in the 1 against 2 over there in the farming lane.
Well, the battlefield is totally just being taken apart into two different ways by Team Thailand. They're just slice it to two different parts, and because of the goal lead, the damage is totally enough.
Very, very close, 9-1-9 in that 1v against 2 against 007 and Moss. Right now, 7 minutes of the game, the gold advantage just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger in favor of Team Thailand.
But again, you know, back to the comp, we would say Team Laos, they chose such a solid comp,
Yes.
right? They got tank, actually double tank at the front liner, and also the wisest thing that they chose is that they use the Zhou to play as a mage.
They do have, they're able just to protect their turrets, right? Like they have an ability to clean the wave.
Yeah.
That is a little bit better than what Team Thailand has. The problem is that Ahai has not been able just to clean the wave and really create a numbers advantage in none of the farming or confronting lane. Look at that, one more time. Slayer being taken extremely low. He's going to have all to try to escape, but Mimars is going to take him down.
That was a 1-1 trade, but I would say this time Team Laos won the upper hand since they just sacrificed the confront laners to that archer from Team Thailand.
Blue team has
It is a good trade.
Yeah.
As long as they're not being zeroed, it's going to be fine.
Not even mentioned to Team
The problem
Laos.
here is that every time that you take down a player from Team Thailand, the gold advantage just starts narrowing down, right?
Yeah.
It is a bigger benefit for Team Laos to take down one of Team Thailand's members than what it is for Team Thailand's members to take one of Team Laos members.
True. Because you're the one in disadvantage.
Yes.
So you're definitely going to earn a lot from those skirmishes. And that's the reason why we highlight this Zhou a lot. It's because Team Thailand, they know if they want to snowball the game, the goal would be to take down the mid lane tower. But the problem is, they can't just...
Kaiser coming from behind, Invincible Warrior comes in, Moss is going to come in with the flash, great assistance by Moss, now it's going to be Berlin, the one that has green light to come in for the back line. 919 is going to be surrounded by 3-4 members of Team Thailand. Right now it's going to be only Easy Baby and Slayer, the ones that stand up in a 3-0 trade for Team Thailand.
3-0 trade indeed, and actually from this team fight, I would say this gonna be the turning point because Team Thailand, they're just gonna accelerate their invading pace. They can just take down this mid lane tower, and we can see like how decisive Moss is, right? Using Guegu's stackability and just dash in, and every time he just trying to flash in, and at least 2 or 3 members going to be controlled.
Good ideas with Moss and that Guegutsu coming in, right? Like we had the question mark at the beginning, just thinking what Moss was planning on doing. Was he going to be a little bit more passive? But we can see that he is really calling the shots right now for Team Thailand.
He's the one trying to ultimate everyone. Is invisible right now.
Comes in, Summer knows that he's tanky enough right now just to jump in and taking the damage. Berlin's gonna be spotted and then have to push back out of the red buff area.
Well, the next few minutes gonna be the most difficult and depressing time for Team Laos to go through it. Since their mid lane tower has been taken down, that also means all of those visions gonna be controlled by Team Thailand. They can just try to snowball the game.
Look at that, Berlin's got an eye on 919. He's gonna try to contend this Overlord. It's still going to be for Team Laos, but look at that, change your eyes to the mid lane. Moss comes in from behind, he's gonna be spotted. Slayer pushes him out of the battle. 919 is gonna be surrounded by 3 people at the same time that Moss is going to fall. Team Laos in a 1-0 trade, but the battle still continues.
That was a great job done by Team Laos, but Team Thailand tried to accelerate their plays, and Kaiser comes in, perfect control again, and another double goes over to Berlin.
All right, it's going to be a 2-1 trade for Team Thailand. What started as a 1-0 in favor of Team Laos was countered by Team Thailand in a perfect to make it a 2-1.
Actually, I really want to, highlight Team Laos at the first time because, they win against Team Thailand from the skirmishes, and even more is that they got that Dark Overlord. So I would say already got enough things, just pack your bag and just go back to your fountain. That's enough. You can't be so greedy. And actually, it's only because Team Laos are a little bit overcommitted and let Kaiser to seize the moment and turn things back.
Now let's see. Look at that. Kaiser knows that he's got a clear advantage compared to all of the other members from Team Laos. Berlins is the one in charge of just getting the vision for Team Thailand.
Yeah, and that's the responsibility that those tanky junglers need to take. You need to open up the vision, and also he's gonna be a really tricky hero for Team Laos comp to deal with. The burst damage is totally not enough for Kaiser, especially when he's broke his ultimate.
Summer jumps in, Slayer taking extremely low, 007 is going to be found, Tom is going to have to flicker away of the battle, but Aha is going to fall at the end.
I really feel like 007X, he's really in his great state.
Yeah.
And he tried to do the tower dives twice. It's because he's totally powered up and the damage done is enough. Here comes some burst damage, and the Purify has been activated. There's minion waves at the bottom. How Team Laos gonna guard their high ground tower at the farming lane?
No, there's no way just to protect that. A ballista that is full HP. Moss comes in, controls two of them, and they're going to fall. Tom is going to be chased down by Berlin that is taking damage from the 30 center crystal, and he does not care. Goes back, and it's going to be only Ahai and Easy Baby, the ones that they're going to be facing the whole Team Thailand for the next 25 seconds.
And we can see there's already been a gap between the goal difference. It's, today's performance that we saw from Team Thailand just made me feel like they're really angry.
Yeah.
They're really furious about those games, They're just like, okay, let's just hurry up. Let's just play it in quite a high tempo pace. They're just constantly trying to initiate. Everyone just set in groups 5 versus 0 and try to, just snowball the game. A lot of hacks can be seen from Team Thailand.
Turret falling in the farming lane is going to be a huge trouble for Team Laos, right?
Yeah.
15 seconds for the Dark Overlord to be spawned, and then right now Slayer falling as well. Right now that Overlord is going to be uncontested. 007X throws the damage, keeps coming in, cleaning the wave. Team Thailand wants a little bit more out of this fight, but the Overlord is going to be up for grabs.
If Team Thailand, they want to do it secure, they can go for that Dark Overlord. It seems like they're just trying to close out the game. But again, due to this Zhou, the minion waves has been cleaned up. The ultimate of Kaiser has been forced out.
It's just Kaiser just trying to go in. He's trying to put so much pressure. It seems like Team Thailand does not want to go for the Overlord. They just want to finish the game in here. Berlin's on a 1v1 against 919.
It's really
Summer
messy.
comes in. It's going to try to initiate, but he's just receiving damage from left and right.
And now the mid lane high ground tower has been taken extremely low. So 007X will say, okay, we're just going to take it.
It's time for them just to move their eyes for the Overlord. They need to go and try to initiate on that.
Again, if Team Thailand want to do it smoothly and thoroughly, they can just go for this Dark Overlord because it's totally for free.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no one from Team Laos that could actually contest that here. Slayer!
Oh, what?
Comes in and shots everyone as he's gonna use his ultimate to completely steal that Dark Overlord.
Wow!
That is such a great movement by Team Laos.
It will help Team Laos to gain more time. It's gonna be a great chance, but now it seems like it just irritates Team Thailand. Another killing spree goes over to Sun Shangxiang.
Let's wait and see. Look at that. It's going to be right now a power play for Team Thailand. They've got 5 members against 4 from Team Laos for the next 30 seconds. They need to clean the wave. They need to get the Vanguards out of the mix. Super minions coming in from mid lane. The pressure is on.
Limpo!
One more time. Summer comes in, but it's going to be Trundle using the Purify just to get that out. The Disrupt is going to buy them a little bit more time.
The
Crystal
CC.
is only half of HP. 919 is going to fall. As Sun Shanxiang is gonna go rampage. The Overlords are still in there. Super minions coming from the farming lane.
And Sun Shanshan is quite healthy. There's only 3 people remaining from the Team Laos. Unstoppable goes over to Sun Shanshan and another takedown has been made. Super minions have already been teleported into the crystal. Congratulations to Team Thailand.
Team Thailand taking the victory in this match 1. Very well done. Congratulations to them in a great display of skill.
Well, maybe like there's some of these mistakes that Team Thailand has made, but it's because like they're just thoroughly trying to execute their composition. So after they got such a great gap between the goal difference, nothing would be a problem.
No, I completely agree, right? I do believe that Team Thailand should have gone for the Overlord a little bit earlier than what they did.
Yeah.
They tried just to finish the game in there, trying to get the turrets. When they start the Overlord, they do not have all their members just to make that, to rush it. It is only 2 or 3 of their members trying to rush, allowing Thane just to use his ultimate in the right moment, at the right time, and taking that Overlord for Team Laos.
Yeah, you know, it's really hard to see that one hero without carrying that smite can just reclaim the Overlord.
Of course.
It's really hard. Because like the smite allows the hero to do like true damage towards all those neutral objectives. So that would be one of those highlights that Team Laos made. But again, it's because like Team Thailand, they're just playing so aggressively, you know, constantly try to initiate. So they're just utilizing their go different, go lead and close out the game.
No, they led the whole game. We need to just spot the fact that Team Laos never actually gave up, right?
True,
like
true.
they kept trying and they kept trying to magnify those little advantages that Team Thailand was given, but it was not enough for them to just turn the whole game around.
True. I would say like a lot of highlights can be seen from Team Laos, and it just feel like they are lack of fortune, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of times I would say like those HP bars has been taken extremely low, and for Team Laos, they always want to fight back. And one thing is that they know the strategic meaning about the milling tower.
Yes.
Right? So instead of just trying to rotate, trying to follow Team Thailand's pace, they are just stick to their milling tower and buy them more time.
That did buy them a little bit more time, right? You can see over here in the highlights, this is the beginning of the game. This is already 2 minutes of the game. Team Thailand just came in, just stepping on the gas, really pushing the game forward really quickly.
Yeah. And also from all those highlights, we could highlight this Xiao Chao, right?
Yeah.
We mentioned about the burst damage for this little girl, that what she can do during the team fight. And it's also because Team Laos, they're acting proactively, so actually no one's aiming at Sun Xiangxiang or Xiao Chao every single time.
Well, at the end of the day, it is a 5v5 battle game, right?
Yeah.
So it's just coming in from all the 5 of them. I really like Berlin's performance. Berlin's performance in this game was actually pretty good. In my taste, I would believe that he was one of the high points from Team Thailand. Berlin's and that Kaiser, it is something that we might want to analyze a little bit deeper, a little bit more in depth in the future.
Right. And also for Berlin, I still remember that one, that pivot one. It's because of his ultimate, and he made a 2-0 to a 2-2 trade, helped Team Thailand to solidify their advantage.
Yes, exactly. The Audi Super A player of this match goes to Team Thailand's 007X on Sun Shanxiang.
We can see the participation about all those team fight up to like almost 61%. That also means Team Thailand, they try to play around with their archer.
Yep.
And 007X, he just playing so confident. You can even feel that, you know that what he's thinking about. He tried to do those tower dives again and again.
Yes.
Sometimes maybe it's just a bit overcommitted, but it's again because of the goal difference. So in the late games, you can see he just tumble in and do a lot of first damage.
That is something that people need to know when you're at home and you're playing, right? Like when you tumble in, you need to have escape plan. Like you can tumble in and then just use your damage. But if you do not have escape plan, it's going to be really difficult for you to get out of there.
Yeah.
Side stage match 2, first game, Team Singapore 0, Team Malaysia 1. Right?
Team Malaysia again. Right, they are just, doing really great job in our RDAG. And I'm really looking forward to seeing those teams play against each other.
What I'm really looking forward to is going to be the second game between Team Thailand and Team Laos that we're going to bring back to you after this short break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yeah, the air I bounce, we heading home. It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bonds. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the dream inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games Version Competition. I am your caster Isaac Peña.
I'm your caster Yixue, and we're gonna go for game 2 between Team Laos play against Team Thailand.
Yeah, exactly. Team Thailand in this first game just took the victory after a very nice performance, really high tempo, attacking Team Laos, not giving them any chance just to fight back.
Exactly. It seems like Team Thailand already built up their own understanding right now.
Yeah.
They know that they try to snowball the game. They're just trying to keep fighting. Actually, these kind of strategy can be seen a lot in the previous matchups. A lot of teams just gonna go for that straightforward one.
And then different in between the heroes that they were played before and the heroes that they're being played right now. Day 1, we saw a lot of Boiler in the support, right?
Yeah.
And then this day 2 and the last game of day 1 yesterday, Guigutsu is just starting to take the spotlight.
True. And I still remember the last game yesterday that we cast. Still like Team Singapore, they got their Guigutsu too. And from the interview, the players said they want to make it to be high tempo and really intensive. So instead of going for some proactive, heroes, they try to gain the priority to make things happen. So maybe that's the consensus a lot of teams made towards Guigutsu.
Priority is a big word in esports, right? Like priority is a very big word in our game because having that short advantage just to be the one making the decisions and actually leading forward into where the game is going to go, taking the directions, actually really controlling where the game is directed to, it is important, right? You might just start fighting, but if you fight with your with your opponents and you do not earn any priority over the neutral objectives, the opponent's jungle resources, over the turrets and destroying them, putting them down, that priority might just be squandered.
Yeah, I always say priority is equal to possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also like in the gorge, we can see every single moment is just like dynamic, So you really need to be adapting to what's happening right now in the gorge.
Yes.
And you need to react instantly. And also how to be decisive and make the right decision matters a lot. And I would say that's the reason why a lot of support would play as the role to be the shot caller.
Yes, exactly. A lot of the very good, strong teams got very strong supports, right?
Yeah. Because like we can see if we scrutinize our mini map, it's a small square, but there's like 3 different lanes, right? And support would be the one to rotate from all of those 3 lanes, and he's gonna be the one always keep watching, observing, open the vision. So that's the reason why support, they were gonna have a whole overview and got such a big picture towards what's happening right now on the battlefield.
Roaming in between lanes is going to allow them just to provide that information for their teammates to actually be able to play better, just to make better decisions, right? Like if you have always someone just talking to you, telling you at your ear, like, this is what we need to do, this is where we want to go, it is just a very big advantage compared to not having that kind of information.
True, especially when we're doing our game, doing mobile games, we would say a lot of heroes, they were focusing on lanings, right? So you're going to be really cautious about those chances or those mechanics. You need to have one voice, just straightforward to tell you what you're going to do right now. You're just going to execute, make it easier.
I completely agree. Let's see what the coaches talked to the players in these minutes that we had of recess in between the games. As a coach, this is a very important moment where you need to really just flex those tactical muscles, their understanding from the game, right? Because Team Laos cannot let Team Thailand take the victory to 0. They need to come with everything they have in this game, because they cannot just let Team Thailand just snatch that point out of them uncontested.
And small piece of advice would be Team Laos. Maybe they can go for something aggressive, something spicy. And also we would say like the coach, they know that, okay, you're a tanky jungler player, so I'm just gonna deal with this Kaiser and also Xiaohudun.
Kaiser and Xiaohudun are going to be out of there. That's going to force Berlin into something a little bit more a little bit more jungle-like, right? Like a little bit more assassin.
He played Jin or Line before.
Yes.
I would say like he do have the hero pool, but the problem is how Team Laos can contest Team Thailand if they just want to go for those team fight.
Let's wait and see what's going to be their decisions in terms of the bans and the picks, right? All the bans are going to be gone. Kali is starting to become a little bit more targeted ban in all of the games that we start seeing. Jing is going to be the option for Team Laos, actually.
Yeah, so actually, you know, just grab another possibility from Team Thailand's jungler's hero pool.
Yes.
I know that you can play Jing, so what if I ban away Kaiser, I ban away Xiaohong, and even more is that I grab the Jin away?
It is a very good way how to ban something from other teams. I call that an extra ban, right? Like when you just force them into, I know you want it, so I'll take it myself.
Yeah, so
I deny that.
yeah, if they deny it, they try to put Team Thailand's jungler into such a difficult situation.
Yes. Huang Zhong.
Quite decent one, I would say. Huang Zhong has such a great winning rate in our RDAG.
Yes.
We mentioned about a lot of teams they would be in favor of build up such a tanky comp. That also means that a lot of melee fighters can be seen in their comps. So it would be really hard for them to get access to this Huang Zhong in the late game.
Huang Zhong is a good option for the farming lane and the laning stages of the game. And that 1v1 or 2v2 against Kunsun Lee and Zhang Fei, I do believe that Huang Zhong does have the potential just to defend itself properly.
Yeah.
The problem that I can start seeing is that if the game starts moving forward 15, 16, 17 minutes, when that Lu Bu and that bites his damage are going to be online with the initiation coming in from Zhang Fei, it might be a little bit too much for Team Laos to withstand.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It just made me feel like Team Laos, they tried to build up the strategy about playing securely during the laning phase.
Yes.
Try to farm up and try to pushing forward. Since they got this Zhou Yu, right? They got this Huang Zhong. Actually, they're really good about destroying all those towers. And also they can utilize Dongwon's ultimate, try to force something and try to, you know, just do a lot of tower dive. But the problem is, we can see from Team Thailand, they just make a lot of CC happen.
Yeah, they've got so many different kinds of initiation, right?
Yeah.
The last option for their team in terms of mid laner is going to be Lumia. Lumia that allows another way just to initiate. There's just so many different kinds of ways that they could start fighting that it's going to be very tough for Team Laos just for them to move around the map.
Exactly, and also if Team Thailand they want to accelerate their pace, I would say after level 4.
Yeah.
Level 4 is going to be the key point for Team Thailand's comp.
Let's wait and see if they can make it to level 4 before Team Laos. Team Laos is going to be on the blue side this time, and Team Thailand is going to be on the red side. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Another 2-2 opening here. They're not going to fight, but they're just going to quickly, very, very fast, clean the wave and then rotate out. Look at that.
I really like the opening. It feels like both teams, they learned a lot from their opponents. They know that they need to, you know, just steal away some neutral objectives, and both heroes are really good at dealing with those minion waves. And Team Laos, wow, it's really smart movement that they take. Now they're aiming at this Lu Bu, try to take him down, force out the flash, under protection of the tower, but that's not enough.
It's going to fall, but right now it's going to be me, Marks, and Moss. They're going to come in full HP trying to reply back, but Team Laos with the movement around, they're easy to escape. It's going to be a 1-0 trade for Team Laos.
That was such great opening for Team Laos. Not even gain the priority to move, but also steal away the red buff, and they try to slow down Berlin's farming pace. Even more is that they got the first takedown.
Yes, exactly. That is a very good opening. They did not allow Berlin's that red buff, and then that Baitsi is not gonna hit level 4 faster than 919.
Well, the hero that Berlin chose, this Baichi, he would be a really nice one to initiate. The problem is now Team Laos. They totally changed their way of playing.
Yeah, completely. They know that Team Thailand doesn't have damage right now online, that they can do nothing. Slayer extended up a little bit too far. He's still not level 4. Still was going to be Summer the one that's going to take him down. It's going to be Berlin's actually.
Team Laos, they're trying so hard, try to maximize their advantage that they gained before 2 minutes. But we can see after Team Thailand, they stand it in unit, and it's just been so tanky for Team Laos to deal with right now.
Ahai stepping in. It's going to be 007X coming from behind. Ahai still going to run away. Now it's going to be the Righteous Slam, putting 2 people on air, but no one else is there just to follow in with the damage.
And we can see Team Thailand, they try to trade the blue buff. They know that so many people are now in the red buff, so that they just got invaded into the blue side. But since Jin just break his ultimate and take 1 people down.
Look at that. It was a good trade one more time for Team Laos, building a little bit of an advantage for the first time in this matchup.
True. It makes me feel like Team Laos, they know the importance about gain the priority.
Yeah.
Everything happened from the very first laning round. It was because of Zhou Yu's priority about cleaning the mid lane and still with the red buff, and there's a lot of consequences that can be seen from Team Laos.
Now let's wait and see what's going to happen. We know that 007X is going to be the person in charge of carrying Team Thailand's damage, at least for the first 12 minutes of the game.
True.
Right after that, when Baitsi and when Lupu are going to be online, yes, 007X is not going to have that much pressure. But right now, if Team Laos wants a solution against this, it's going to have to be to put more pressure on the farming lane.
Yeah, good news to Team Laos is that no one's actually targeting at Huangzhong right now.
Yeah.
So Huangzhong is just being so comfortable and trying to farm up. A lot of skirmishes can be seen on the confronting lane. Lumia break his ultimate, try to get another control. The CC has been completed.
It's going to be Moss, the one that follows in with his ultimate and then pushes Tom against the wall. And it's going to be a 1-0 trade in the farming lane for Team Thailand.
Team Thailand are now back on track, I would say. They definitely need to prioritize that farming lane more.
Yes.
Like, Gongsun Li would be the only role that in this composition can deal such a massive amount of damage in the early game.
Yeah.
And also, they need to slow down Huangzhong's farming pace.
They have to. They need to do that. It's the only solution. 007X is going to be suppressed down, taken down. That's going to be tragic for Team Thailand. Right now it's going to be Lipu coming in with the ultimate, in the flash follows in as well. A 2-1 trade for Team Thailand.
Team Thailand, 007X, he just, showing his mechanics. He just, playing around this camp. And also, like, the Behemoth has been taken by Team Thailand. So it's going to increase the damage out. And also, they did it for, like, 2-1 trade.
It was a good initiation by Team Laos, right? Because look at how Easy Baby just trying to suppress down Gunsun Lee. He flashes in, and then with damage dealt by Tom, they are successful at that. The problem is they do not have any escape plan after they are inside of that area.
True. And also we can see like Huangzhong from that team fight, he even trying to flash in because he was immobile when he break his ultimate. So the problem is, like, for Team Laos, if they really want to win the team fight, they need to preset. They need to put a lot of AoE damage by Joey, try to, shred down some HP bars and let Huangzhong to have a safe place to do the output.
Look at that, Berlin's being extremely smart, slowing down 919, but just using his sight just to take that buff away. Suppress down is going to be Janfei, but that's not going to be good enough. Tom and Easy Baby are going to fall, move him down over here to the confronting lane. It's going to be 919, the one that wants to take advantage. But Slayer is going to fall as they are not enough tanky for this 3-0 trade for Team Thailand.
3-0 trade indeed. It seems like Team Thailand, after they're done with the leaning phase, you're just gonna like, okay, we don't want to slow down, we don't want to do it peacefully. We just wanna keep fighting and just trying to make the same story happen, like what game 1 was.
Yeah, exactly. The first 2 minutes they were pretty good for Team Laos, right? They just gave us the impression that they might be able just to take this task out, but after 7 minutes right now, the tables turned completely. It's a 3,000 gold advantage for Team Thailand.
Right. And now everything's just gonna be, even severe for Team Laos because, as we mentioned, they really need to preset the damaged out. But the problem is, since the outer tower on both side lanes has been taken down, Team Thailand, they're now trying to focus in on take down this mid-lane tower.
They understand the importance of that mid lane turret,
Yeah.
right? And right now, there's nothing that they can do. Berlin's has at least 2 or 3 leveled advantage compared to the other heroes. He jumps in, but Aha is going to flash away. Now it's going to be Easy Baby, the one that is going to suppress. Berlin's is going to have to leave the fight. March focus on the turret. Now moving down is going to be Moss, the one that is going to follow Aha, taking him down. Berlin's taking extremely low. 919 wants to take that one, but it's not going to be enough, and he needs to replete as well. A 1-0 trade for Team Thailand.
That was crazy for Team Thailand. You can't believe that the milling tower was still there, was standing there, but Team Thailand just, split up, and every single angle there would be a ultimate come in. So actually we can see the battlefield has been maximized from tier 1 tower to the middle one.
Just moving around and fighting, right? Look at that. 919 finds 007X just roaming around on his own, and he says that you're not supposed to be walking here on your own.
Yeah, this is my field. This is my zone. So that was a really nice constellation effort that Jin did. I would say 919, he really need to, make something happen, and now he break his ultimate, try to exchange his position. Try to chase down this Wubu, but it's just really hard for him to chase him down.
Moving down to the farming lane, Easy Baby has his ultimate available. He's been taken extremely low. Suppression comes in, but it's going to be Berlin, the one that's going to survive. Right now, Slayer is going to fall, following Easy Baby as well. A 2-0 trade, but Team Thailand are still on the hunt.
And I really want to highlight Moss. This support, he's playing Junfei, but it just feels like he's playing some hero like Lime or some assassin.
Exactly.
Always want to chase after his opponent.
And that's good. I like that. I like that personality from Moss, right? Like, you should not let your gaming style just to be defined by the hero or the position that you're playing in. If you're an aggressive player, just play aggressive in the position you have, and then just let your teammates know, right?
Yeah, and leave no chance for your rivals, because you don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know what's gonna be the pivot one.
Hey, look at that. Summer one more time. It's gonna jump in. It's going to take Slayer down.
Oh!
He wants to take the second one. Aha with the movement goes under the turret, and he's going to trade a 1-to-1 over here in the bottom lane.
Whoa, that was so close for Ahai, but fortunately, as long as Zhou is still alive, he's going to be able to secure all of those lanes.
Yes, exactly.
So it was a really nice try from Team Thailand, but it's still like a little bit early for them to do those tower dives.
Only 10 minutes and 30 seconds, right? Like we have right now, the Dark Team has been taken to half of the HP. Team Thailand wants to control this neutral objective. They're successful at that, and right now they have the attack buff for the next 80 seconds.
Since this Dark Behemoth belong to Team Thailand, and we see Team Laos, I really like the position.
Quick reaction.
Yeah.
That is always good. A quick reaction right after that. You see the information and then immediate decision.
One rule that you need to remember when you're playing this game is that never let your enemy to take everything away. Find any minor chances, try to do some trades.
919 is going to be surrounded by multiple players. All of them had to spare their ultimates just to take that one person down. Slayer's extremely low. It's going to be Moss, the one that jumps in, and he's going to take that one for himself.
I'm actually now wondering what's going to be the KDA for Moss.
Yeah.
Because it's like several times, multiple times I see him achieve some takedowns.
And that is good, right? Like, look at that. One more time. It's going to be mugged. It's going to be Berlin's, the one that jumps in, that's able to take Ahai down as well. Right now, it's only going to be Tom and Easy Baby, the ones that they're going to be trying to protect the high ground for the next 6 seconds until Slayer is back online.
So it's going to be a little bit late for Team Loud, so they're just going to do some counter-attack. All right, you can do some damage towards my high ground tower, but you need to stay here.
Oh, very well done. That's going to be a 1-0 trade. Very well done for Team Laos. 919 that wants to clean the way. Does not want his turret to fall. Slayer jumps in a little bit too deep. 007X deals the damage and takes the turret down.
Actually, we can clearly see that Team Laos, they don't want to fight. And 007X! He's just been overconfident a little bit.
I know. He thought that he could take Huan Zhong on the one-on-one. He procs his Anger of the Land, thinks that he can go for it, but it was not enough. Huan Zhong with his items right now, he was recovering HP for every time that he was dealing damage, so it was not critical approach.
And that's going to be the turning point for Team Laos. Now they are the one trying to initiate, they are the one trying to do some damage and Jin break his ultimate, but now jumping is what is unstoppable, even double qual.
Double qual for Moss, one more time, unstoppable Lumia is going to come and join in the party. Tom is going to fall, and now it's only Ahai, the one member from Team Laos that is gonna be fighting 4 members from Team Thailand for the next 15 seconds.
But I don't know, I just really don't know. It makes me feel like everyone just, really into the game. Everyone just a little bit lost in the pace. But after all, like Team Thailand, because of the goal difference, you can see like it's almost achieving a 10,000 goal lead. So they're just trying to take Ahai down and trying to close out the game.
Tom is going to be back online in 3 seconds. Team Thailand needs to push back 30 seconds for the Dark Overlord and 20 seconds for the Dark Behemoth.
Both Archer really wants to shine, really wants to make something happen. And for Team Laos, I think it's going to be the time for them to take a good look at their goal difference and trying to step back a little bit.
It's difficult because it's only 14 minutes of the game, right? Like they've already lost their turret in the high ground. It's gonna be really hard for them to try to survive. They need to be waiting for Team Thailand's mistake.
Here it comes, try to break his ultimate and open the vision. Moss is really playing in such a great pace. Jump in and Baichi got his rampage.
Rampage for Berlin. He was able to come in and take that. Assassin from 919. Bad news for Team Laos as they're gonna have one less member for the next 30 seconds.
I would say the same story is now happening on Battlefield. And I don't know if you noticed that small detail that every time when Team Thailand tried to, take down those neutral objectives, it was always been Moss, smite that fatal strike. So definitely he's going to have such a deep understanding towards HPs and also towards those timing.
Good performance, right? Like, and we had mentioned that before. Like, after 16 minutes, when Baichi and Lupu's damage was going to be online, it was going to be getting harder and harder for Team Laos.
Yeah.
And add up on top of that, almost 10,000 gold advantage. It's going to be really difficult. Moss holding that. It's going to be the chain CC coming in from Moss and Summer.
It seems like Team Thailand try to close out the game. Now they're chasing down this Jin, ultimate aim, taunting at this Jin. Another passive, but just being unstoppable. And there's minion waves. Here comes in a suppression, but with the damage. Everyone just aiming at this one. So that was a ace made by Team Thailand. Congratulations. Win against Team Laos with another 2-0.
2-0 win for Team Thailand. Congratulations to them. There's going to be one more point for them in the ranking. Sadly for Team Laos, that still keeps them in the same spot as they were at the beginning of the match. No points for this game for them, but hopefully we're going to see a little bit better performance for them in the future.
I know that I can feel like those two teams, Actually, they're trying to develop a totally different way of playing the game.
Yeah.
For Team Thailand, they're just gonna go straight forward, keep fighting. We mentioned it again and again. But instead, I would say Team Laos, they try to disengage a lot of time. And watch those comp selections. We can see like by this Zhou Yu, by this Guangzhou, they just trying to operate the game. They're trying to pushing forward. But the problem is how you're gonna contest those teams who just won't let you to have any chances to just peacefully forming up.
You need to number one, improve your own skills and improve your decision making, right? Those are the two things that I would say that Team Laos needs to improve a little bit more. The first one, in terms of improving skills, is a matter of mechanics and time, right? That's something that is going to come in through hours and hours of practice. In terms of the decisions, it's going to be something that the players need to be communicating, and they just have one person just to make those calls at the right moment. They had a very good opening. The opening of the game was perfect for Team Laos, but then they were unable just to hold to that advantage after 2-3 minutes of that amazing opening.
True. Actually, I was really impressed by their opening set. They trade a lot of things for free. But the problem is how you're going to solidify your advantage. And it's not only for Team Laos, for a lot of teams, right? You're doing a great job at the starting point, but how you're going to solidify your advantage. Instead, like for teams like Team Thailand and also maybe like Team Malaysia, right? Team Jordan, those teams, we know that they try to do a lot of fighting compositions. They're just gonna like, okay, let's go in such an easy way, showing the mechanics and close out the game.
Fighters, right?
Yeah.
Fighters against tactical approach. This was a good one. The problem is that Guangzhou just dashes in. As he uses the flash in, then he does not have the flash to just run away.
Yeah.
Jumps in and engages, but then does not have escape plan for that.
That's the one that we mentioned for game 1
Yes.
when we're talking about Sun Shangshan, right? Tumble in, but as you're playing as a archer, especially you're immobile, how you're gonna get away from the surroundings? You need to know that you're the most valuable character in your composition.
I love this one in here. Moss comes in, takes the first one, and then jumps in, and then stomps on the second one.
I'm really curious about Moss KD8.
Something really nice, something beautiful is going to be in the numbers, right? Because the data is right over there. His performance was amazing. I do believe that he was the main shield of Team Thailand in this game.
Yeah. Let's take a look. Wow. Team Thailand, they got like 3 tanky heroes, and it's really good for them to do the melee fight. Even better is that Team Thailand, after they fall behind a little bit in the early game, they know that they change their mind, they prioritize that from the lane.
It was obvious that the Audi Super A player was going to be given to Team Thailand's Moss.
Wow, KDA 6014.
You would never say that this is a support player, right?
Well, if we just, cover the image, cover the picture of the support, I would say like, wow, that's something to do with Lun. That's something to do with Jing.
I agree. And that's the thing, like, right? If your personality is just like going there and then just pushing in and trying to take down the enemies, just go for it. Just be true to yourself.
So it was a really nice performance showed by Team Thailand. And I just feel like now they know that what kind of strategy they want to execute. They're just going to stick to it. I wouldn't think like the drafting will change a lot. They're just, keep banging those Dachao, keep banging those boiler, right? And go for Lubu. You can see like Lubu and Zhangfei is quite prevalent in our RDAG.
Yes, exactly. And those are heroes that not only can suck in damage, but they can deal damage as well, right? So the fact that that their mechanics just allows them just to be so mobile and so flexible, puts them in a good position.
Yeah, and also like it's really easy for those heroes to complete a combo. Just check those hard CC, right?
Yes.
And also combined with Lumia, take this game as an example, we can see every big team fight, there's always going to be so many hard control ability.
All right, now let's move forward into the post-game interview. Let's see who Jaco has there with him.
Welcome to the interview. I'm your host, Jacko, and now we have the Team Thailand Midlands player, Mimars, right here. Please say hello to the audience.
Hello, I'm Mimars.
So congratulations for 2-0 winning this game, and you had a brilliant performance in the game. And I noticed that the Xiao Xiao is very popular in Southeast Asia region. So can you tell us why?
I think Xiao Xiao is the best mid laner in game because she have damage, crowd control, and can destroy team fight enemy. I think Xiao Xiao is the best.
Oh, you have the burst damage and have some control inside,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so how do you position yourself in the team?
I reporter. I think report flash or skill of enemy to my team.
Skill of the family
Yes.
in the team. Okay, that's right. So I want to know who makes the call in the team. So when the team fights coming, who's the shot killer?
ถ้า shot caller is Moss and 007X.
Oh, 007X.
Yes.
Okay, and Moss, right?
Yes.
So the next team you're gonna against with the team Mimart, which also a strong team in Southwest Asia region, and they just mentioned that they have fully preparation to defeat your team into 0. So what do you think about that?
I think Myanmar team is the best team in Southeast Asia. I think too hard to win his Myanmar team.
It's okay. So you don't have that confidence to defeat them, all right? What about the coach? What about coach? How do you say?
I think the Myanmar team is strong team and have the experience of the game is so many. But I think I see we see the team is strong, but we have the plan for the fighting.
Okay,
Yes.
so you already have the plan. You already do your research, all right?
Yes.
Okay, so hopefully we can see you can show your competitive on the stage, and I cannot wait the game coming. So thank you, coach. Thank you very much for the interview. Okay, let's take a break. We will see you later.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Hello, we are back. This is live, the Road to Asian Game 2022, and this is Arena Valor Asian Games version competition. And here we go. This will be the very last match of today.
True. It's going to be showed, and there's going to be Team Vietnam play against Team Philippines.
I'm very sad to say that these two teams haven't even got a score back in for their team. But this will be the only one opportunity for these two teams to fight for that victory.
Yeah, just take a optimistic view at the situation. At least one of the teams gonna grab a victory and go back to home.
I was just rewinding of the schedule they have. I feel really sorry for like Team Vietnam because they are facing very strong opponents. They have only 2 matchups until now. They're facing Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia, which probably gonna be the best 2 from this group. So yeah, I think that you have already get over toughest one. The next round, maybe you'll feel more confident about it.
Yeah, so just keep a really stable mentality. Don't just be influenced by the previous matchups. And we're now looking at the lineups from Team Philippines. Kavagin, Gambuta, Gonzaga, Balino, and Xiaosong.
Yeah, hopefully they have quite a lot of time to recover. And yeah, as the very last match of today, I think they are ready for this. All right, let's see their opponents, like Team Vietnam. Very familiar faces as well. Feng An, Stella, 712, DHT, and Feng Yan.
Yeah, I still got my image from Team Vietnam because first of all, they got, maybe she's like the only female player, right? As so far we saw in RDAG, and also it's also about the unique composition, right? To rotate Lu Bu player as a support. It's just like being so creative, and we don't know what kind of other compositions they're going to bring to us.
I mean, from Team Vietnam, it's their specialty, I would say. They are very famous for playing those soldiers. They can use soldiers to any positions possible. They can like support with the Lu Bu, and they also use those warrior or soldiers type of hero as jungler, not to mention the top laners. So yeah, I think it's good that they can shine to create more
possibilities.
Possibilities, yes. That will be the word I'm searching for.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I think Team Philippines, they have already begun on 3 matches till now. So this will be the 4th one. So if you are feeling a little bit nervous, like at the beginning of our tournaments, it's completely understandable. But if you have already like went through 3 matchups till now, I think you are fully like adjusted to this tournament.
True, because it's a really good point that there's only 7 teams competing with each other in Group 3.
Yes.
And this is going to be the 4th game for Team Philippines. So if they lost it against Team Vietnam, that would put them in such a not that good position.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like you have like 7 teams in this group, so you're gonna be in total have 6 matchups throughout the entire journey. So you have already passed half of the journey. So yeah, if you still have some regrets or you still feel like yeah, we can do better, this will be the final chances for you guys trying to perform better. So yeah, grab every single possibilities you can possibly have and trying to bring the best version of you to the stage.
Again, we're doing the single round robin format, so each team will only play against every other teams in their groups once. So this is gonna be the best time for Team Philippines. Things like if we get some review about the previous matchup, we would say both teams are quite toe-to-toe.
Yeah, but I think like Team Philippines, they're quite special because they love that hero like Quick Knock.
True.
Yeah, I was hoping to see Quick Knock on stage all the time, but yeah, if they want, if all the teams, almost all the teams, if they want to go for a assassin jungler, I mean their priority may go to Jing, may go to Lan, but they choose Quick Knock. They prioritize this kind of pick. So yeah, I think we're gonna see the Quick Knock from Team Philippines.
And also Kali from Team Philippines.
Of course.
Because it seems like they really fancy that Kali pick. They even used Kali twice in yesterday's matchup, so I guess they just go for the same mage. And that actually left the question for Team Vietnam. Well, they just, easily deal with this Kali, ban it away, won't let you have the chance.
Yeah, for the mid laner player like Gonzaga, he only played 3 mages, Xiao Qiao, Lumia, and Kali is his favorite.
Yeah.
Okay, Diao Chen being taken away, that's rare. That's the very
rare.
first time we see this hero on stage.
Yeah, and actually, in the previous matchups, I didn't see some Philippines, using the Diao Chen. So maybe is that some kind of, secret information that they detected, from those rumors or anyway.
They did their homework.
Yeah.
Better than ours.
I'm sorry, but yeah, I think we're really lack of some information, but just from yesterday's performance, I would say both teams, they are really unique, right? At their own individual understanding towards the patch.
Sometimes I feel like I was kind of hoping to see something really interesting from Team Vietnam's composition because we are seeing like Lao Fu, Ziguan, Yu Chen, Yao Jing, and not to mention Zhuge Liang as a jungler, Lu Bu as a support. So they are showing us a lot of variations when it comes to composition and the choices of the heroes. But for this one, I think, their signature hero just shine through it. So you can see the first 3 picks, 1 tank, Zhang Fei support, not to mention the other 2 soldiers, La Fuzia and Kai together. This is quite like the composition just now where Team Myanmar picked, right?
Yeah.
Ashing played La Fuzia together with a jungler as Kaiser.
Because Lao Fuzi is a really good hero to initiate, and also by using his flash, he can just surprise a lot of opponents, and also his ultimate can just bind someone, right? The first enemy hits, he's gonna be bind and just be restricted in that small lamp around that lamp. So it's gonna be a really good way for Team Vietnam to make something happen.
Milady again. Hopefully they can make that advantage finally shine. Sometimes you have to grab your advantage and change into some actual winning situations for your teams, right?
And also, if you want to play this Milady well, then definitely you need to have some sensation about how you're gonna deal with those towers instead of trying to do a lot of control abilities. That's gonna be a waste of her ultimate.
But I think after several matchups, both teams have been locking down their main gaming styles, I will say. Less and less very new heroes are being pulled out. Basically, they're just fixed composition for them to play, and Xiao Chen and Yuji as well, paired with the top laner as Lu Bu. So these 3 heroes adding together, they are very late game heroes. You need a lot of time for them to farm up, to buy those very important items. I would say at least 4 items is needed for these 3 heroes to finally shine and deal those damage in the late game.
Yeah.
Well, they have enough time, Team Philippines. That remains as a question. And Team Vietnam, not surprised. I'm not surprised with this double or triple soldier composition. It's their style.
Exactly. So indeed, time is what Team Philippines need, and also for Team Vietnam, let's just see if they did their homework thoroughly to play against Team
Philippines. Is really, really deep in the jungle, but he's doing the invasion all by himself. Even with the smite, I think it's very unlikely to be near the buff.
I know that maybe Feng Yan is trying to, get into the field and try to gather more information, some open the vision. But the problem is you're only a support in level 1. How are you gonna get away of all the surroundings?
And there's something that you need to be done before you make the invasion. For example, maybe you're gain the lane priority in at least 2 lanes, I would say. If you want to invade the red buff, I think the best of you is that you have the mid lane priority, including the bottom one, so that the archer from your teams and the mage from your teams can go and help you.
Right. Just always give yourself, have a plan B. Just can't just really hazard into those fields. So it will be a really good start for Team Philippines.
Yeah, like Team Philippines, they have a composition that really needed time to farm up, and then luckily they have gained 1 takedown to their side in the beginning of the game. It's looking very good to Team Philippines.
And also for Team Philippines, I would say when we rewatch those matchups that they played, they are quite eager to, initiate a lot, engage a lot in the early game.
Yes.
It's more like they're kind of lost their pace in the mid game. They again, the same topic, how they're going to solidify their advantages that they take from the early game.
And I love the idea that they're putting Thane as a support because Thane is so tanky by himself, and by using the first ability, knocking people up away, and the ultimate also have a very high initial damage.
Ultimate, and here comes Lu Bu finding his own position, trying to block away all those enemies from Team Vietnam.
Oh. Well, DHT finds some chances here, but it's only like solo fighter using an archer. Level 4 Sun Xiangxiang, there's nothing he can do more. Oh, Feng Long again, going very deep into the jungles, but he has not reached to level 4 yet, which means that the ultimate is not active.
True.
They have to go away, but he had the vision there, right?
Yeah, and the lesson that Feng Yan learned is that always keep your second ability available. Help you to get away from those complicated land wars.
Yeah, the dash is very vital, especially when you want to escape away or retreat back.
Yeah.
Save a dash for the future you. Will always help you. I think the whole game seems quite peaceful for me.
Yeah.
Like they are just doing the farming up. There's not a lot of team fights happening going on, and they're just trying to grab the one chance. I think Sun Xiangxiang is quite dangerous here because it's been ambushed by 3 members from Team Philippines. Milady is here to help Sun Xiangxiang escape, but the damage is just enough by the assistance by Fang.
Here comes Stella. He said, alright, you want to do the tower dive, then you need to pay your life out.
Yeah, like initial damage, right? From Xiangyu. Like, Fang does not need any items to farm up. The initial damage is just there.
Yeah. I always say, like, Xiaosong would be saying, what a pity that I'm playing support lane. I should be the confront laner. 4 minutes already, so that also means all those protections provided by tower is going to disappear. Zhang Fei's ultimate has been forced out, so it's going to be the queue for Team Philippines. Try to leap in, and all those ultimate has been waste a little bit, but they already opened the vision, help them to secure this behemoth.
Oh, this is very good. They are accumulating damage, trying to force out the ultimate from Zhang Fei because they know that once Zhang Fei has unleashed the ultimate, so they will not have those initiation skills, so they can safely get the behemoth they need.
I just noticed that actually Feng Yan stole away the blue buff at that time by using the smite. Well, but since we mentioned about how peaceful it is right now in the gorge, it's going to be such a great news for Team Philippines.
Like farming up, farming out constantly and trying to scale in the late game is their main purpose.
Yeah.
And because of the inborn like tankiness and damage from Thane, I think like Lu Bu is completely feeling himself on the top side of the map. Like he's farming up so quietly and peacefully, and now using the ultimate trying to steal the Overlord, but again getting one more takedown for Team Philippines. And unfortunately, like Team Vietnam have to retreat back a little bit because they're losing one member. And again, Xiao Chao's ultimate just magically make Kaiser disappear.
And Xiao Chao's flash has been forced out from all these abilities that Milady got. It makes me feel like Team Philippines, now they are really eager to gain more vision and trying to, just open some windows for their composition. Those kind of comp that we mentioned about how many melee fighters they got will help them to have a really nice priority to engage.
I think they have been planning about this for a long time. So they initially, like at the beginning of the game, they spent nearly 5 and 6 minutes trying to farm up, and once they think their backliner have enough item, maybe 1.5 or 2, so they can start up and trying to pick those skirmish, and they are just confident about the damage and it's enough, so they are just grab the vision and trying to take control of the vision river so that like they can travel through and make a lot of rotations.
True. And also like the one that you mentioned, it's really clever movement that they rotate Thane as the support.
Wow, Yuji is in danger.
Team
versus
Vietnam tried to do a tower dive, but the second ability was so crucial and under the protection of the tower.
And reinforcements are here. Will this
Flash
be
in.
enough?
Lu Bu leaps in and just swinging his blade, take down this Zhang Fei, and he's still trying to buy more time for his teammates. Here comes Yuji again, break his ultimate, but the damage dot isn't that enough.
Like perfect collaboration, I would say. They're communicating really, really well. So firstly, before everything started, it's Team Vietnam's turn. They're trying to get onto this Yuji. They sent 3 members down trying to surround Yuji and get the takedown, but unfortunately Yuji dodged all the AD damage from Sun Shangxiang using the second ability, stalling a lot of time so that the rest of the squad will be coming to the bottom side and finish the entire skirmish happened there.
Like, Mario used his second ability twice, and both are quite crucial to help him avoid of all those physical damage. So it seems like Marino has such a high mechanics by using this UG. And also, it was Lu Bu, right? Just trying to leap in and just block away all of those opponents.
Wow, Zhang Fei is feeling himself being the jungler to their side. It's constantly stealing those animals away from Team Philippines, and something happened in the middle lane while Feng using the ultimate, shredding down a lot of HP, but unfortunately the damage is not enough to take the takedowns, and no one is going to be defeated down. One more single out attack will be needed to take this one, but yeah, missed the target.
Was so close.
That was
so
close one. That was close one.
But still, Team Philippines win the upper hand. They got a 0-1 trade, and actually, you know, for the first time, it was Feng Yan tried to initiate.
Yeah,
it was Feng Yan tried to flash in, combine with his ultimate, try to bind someone, and tried to begin a skirmish. But unfortunately, he missed that hit.
I think Team Philippines is gradually like building up those leading in goals, leading in vision, and right now they're just waiting for the right moment, step by step, waiting for the item to be built, waiting for enough gold to be earned by the backliners, and that will be the signal they're gonna be starting and trying to pick up those and trying to engage. And Team Vietnam, I was kind of worried what will their next move be, but because I didn't see like very clear targets.
True. Like, everyone just separated and minding their own business. So one by one, they're catched by Team Philippines. Team Philippines just trying to open their vision and trying to, you know, invade more, gain more stuff.
Like, if Team Vietnam continues to just randomly wandering around the map, they will be picking and will be like defeated one by one, since you do not have enough people to stand on a 5 versus 5 team fight, so you're going to be losing all the time.
Yeah, but it seems like Team Philippines, they're overcommitted a little bit. There's no minion waves in the mid lane tower, but what a smooth movement that they made.
And just see how tanky this frontliner is. They're just changing sides and take turns to shield the turret's damage. Very good one. Time is taken to 10 minutes, which means that our neutral objectives will finally turn and spawn into the darker version, the shadow version. Whoever gets it will become more powerful.
So which team's gonna have this sensation to do something on those Dark Overlord? It seems like to be Team Vietnam, but the problem is, will be enough for them to deal the damage, or they're just trying to do some tricks. Here it is, Xiao Xiao has been blinded, but the first damage isn't enough. Here comes Lu Bu, he's just being godlike. Under landing on the field, and now he's chasing for the Sun Shangxiang. Another swinging for his play, but it's not enough. Ability combined with the flash. What a nice movement done by Mario, and Team Philippines done it by 2-3 trade.
I think the backliner have to go back for a while because they are quite low in the HP. They can only watch the turrets being taken down by Team Philippines, and right now Philippines with the UG, with the top laners, they can just safely take control of this Shadow Overlord. And once they get this Overlord, they can choose a path to unleash the Shadow Path and trying to take more towers down.
So
wow, another invasion, getting the red. There's nothing that Team Vietnam can do. But initially, I think the initiation from Blackfoot is really well. It's really good. He has a target on Xiao Xiao.
But the problem is, those burst damage can't come up on time. it was like they only left 1 second that they didn't complete the combo, which led Team Philippines to seize a moment. And once Lu Bu just, fall from the sky and he just, divide all those battlefields into 2 different parts.
Yes, but I think this kind of try is worth trying because you are not that far behind, only like 3,000 gold lead. I think it's okay, it's acceptable. You can still use some of the initiation skills, trying to follow up, trying to use the CC chains. Maybe you will grab a chance, find a backliner and get the takedown over there, and sometimes somehow make a turnover point for this match.
But it just made me feel like Zhang Fei from Team Vietnam seems a little bit lost.
Yep.
During the whole game.
Yep.
He tried to guard the vanguards, but the problem is his teammates won't be there with him. And I guess that's something to do with their rotation. Because yesterday, Feng An was playing as the confront laner.
Yes.
But Feng Yang was playing as a support.
Oh, this is interesting. I always love to see those solo battles between Lafuz and Lu Bu. Because Lu Bu has a very strong actual damage. So if you are trying to build up your tankiness only by your shield, it will be totally ignored by Lu Bu's damage.
Indeed, you're just be so vulnerable, just like an immobile archer.
Yes.
And now they're aiming directly at the back liner as they try to take down this Jumpy. Jumpy was tanky enough, so here comes Kaiser, but it seems not tanky enough for Kaiser, so he can't get away from this skirmish.
I mean, I've been observing how Team Vietnam wanted to engage, but one thing is that they're given a lot of skills too straightforwardly.
Yeah.
Like if you want to initiate, you can try to lock wherever your opponents want to go instead of just aiming at their positions that you found at that very second. And you can see that Zhang Fei is using the ultimate trying to push the opponents away, which cannot be followed up because Sun Shangxian and Milady are far, far behind. So sometimes, if you want to initiate as a frontliner, you'd better just watch closely where your backliner is instead of only observing your opponents.
The coherence, and also you need to make a certain plan about how you're gonna.
It's very, very important.
How you're gonna execute your comp. It's not only like, all right, me myself found a really nice positioning, so I'm just gonna get straight into it. You need to remember again and again that it's gonna be a 5 versus 5 MOBA game. So definitely that's gonna be a lesson for Team Vietnam to learn. And when we're talking about all of those movements, the Dark Behemoth belongs to Team Philippines, so everything just went so green for Team Philippines.
And Team Philippines have used a lot of macro skills trying to build up enough gold lead, and right now everything just besides the area from Team Vietnam's high ground tower, I think will belong to the side of Team Philippines. They can take the neutral objective, they can take either buffs from both jungle areas.
Everything for free. Also including the Stark Overlord. So if Team Philippines, they just be a little bit cautious, they can just easily snowball the game.
Yeah. Like DHT is trying to use a flash with the ultimate and get a takedown, but unfortunately the distance is quite far from Lu Bu, and once the land in.
Knocked up, and here comes Lu Bu. He's halfway up his HP bar, but he won't be afraid of any enemies trying to flash in another last hit, but it takes time. It has a delay.
Wow, that's a really close one, I would say. I was almost think that Lu Bu is probably going to get a double taken downs, but unfortunately those basic attack speed from Sun Shangxian will be more quickly than the warrior.
The fact is, Team Vietnam, they take a really instant movement. They just find a really nice position and try to initiate, and at that time, they got numbers in advantage. That was a 5 versus 4, because Lu Bu was not that healthy. Actually, Kabagin was trying to get back to the fountain and
Yeah.
restore the HP. But he was just, be caught up and just been calling back.
Yeah.
So he was not that healthy enough to help him to stand in front of all of his allies.
Wow, Daybreaker has been developed by Sun Shangxiang. I think Sun Shangxiang will already have, for example, Eternity Blade, will have Master Sword, will have a lot of AD damage items. So the damage, if he can have enough time to do the damage, I think the amount of damage is enough to actually win a team fight. But really matters is that like Yuji is as wealthy as Sun Shangxiang. Even more, I think Yuji have more gold comparing with Sun Shangxiang.
Definitely.
And you have to take that Yuji's second ability into consideration, because if you find a chance, get closer to Yuji, but if your damage is going to be dodged by the second ability, there's nothing.
True.
So yeah, it's very hard for Team Vietnam trying to fight back.
And also, actually, we can just put different heroes under the spotlight. For example, actually, we can pay more attention on Lu Bu from Team Philippines. On the other hand, we can pay more attention on this Sun Shangxiang, see what she can do during the team fight. Since we've mentioned about how many items she already got right now.
Wow, I think they're fully decked out. Like Xiahou Zhen has already got the Sage Sentry, which means that he will be having double lives. He can sacrifice, he can overcommit it, he can just simply go deeper into the team fight to the backlines of the opponent and trying to soak up those damage away from the opponents. For example, like you can go directly for this Milady, taking the ultimate, taking every single ability Milady possibly have, and you're wasting this ability. And this is another way to protect your backlines.
True. And I don't know why, but I just have that kind of sensation that this matchups might be the one that we witness will be the very first 1-1 or 2-1 result.
Yeah, I think so. Oh,
Raise
something
outfit.
happened. Something happened in the river, but Fuzi is getting killed. Is getting very, very low because Yuji is very high in the personal damage. Double takedown belongs to Merlino. They are trying to get further double kills as well. Goes to Lu Bu as an ace, favoring the side of Team Philippines.
And Kabogian got his triple. 5 members all surrounding, playing around this Lu Bu. They're just sending those minion waves into the crystal. It's gonna be such a clean close out. Congratulations to Team Philippines.
Oh, I was really thinking that we're gonna finally see the Stormmarch Dragon.
Yeah, me too.
I've been waiting for this for a long time because, like, in our game, in Arena of Valor Asian Games version, we'll have the strongest ever neutral objective being spawned on the Dragon Hall, which will be the Stormmarch Dragon. So yeah, I was thinking that maybe we can see the battling around. Sometimes you're gonna be coming for that neutral objective, but it's completely put a stop sign for us by Team Philippines.
It was only like maybe 30 seconds later, right? He's gonna go for the work, right? Because so far we didn't see any of those Stormmarch Dragon spawn yet, which is quite what a pity, I would say, because it's quite crucial in the late game. But I guess we still got the opportunity, since like from this game, from this performance, we would say it's quite toe-to-toe.
Of course.
For Team Vietnam, it's more maybe because the rotation that they made. It makes me feel like they still keep the habits when they're playing their original position. For example, when Feng Yan played this Lao Fuzi and when Feng An rotate to play that Zhang Fei, it feels like they're kind of lost with their pace.
I think the support like Zhang Fei are sometimes lost during the entire phase of the game. Sometimes we'll feel like, the ideal goal is very clear. He wants to steal something away from Team Philippines. We all know that, but sometimes the time or the location he chooses to do the invasion can be considered, can be reconsidered. Maybe can make like better decisions than this one. And sometimes I think that like Team Vietnam, they tries to force like their opponents into some kind of team fights, but you have to pay more attention of the positioning, whether if you actually initiate it, right? You have to know that whether your backlines are ready for this, whether they are available standing right by your side and follow the damage. Sometimes like there's a lot of cases in this game, we're seeing and we're watching those team fights where the top sides or the frontliners are completely separated with the backlines.
True.
So this will be the time for Luibu to jump in, for Xiaolun to jump in. Those AoE, those ultimate will be very lethal to the backlines.
Yeah. And the problem for Team Vietnam is that if their front line is just being so bold and just trying to do a lot of things, they left no room for Sun Shangxiang to do the output.
Yep.
Just re-watch, just check the replay. We can see those things happen again and again. And also,
every single time.
Yeah.
Luibu can't just caught Milady and Sun Shangxiang at the same time.
Yeah. Toboggan is really doing a great job in this game. He just playing as assassin, and every time when he tried to break his ultimate, just like this one, actually, Team Vietnam, they find a really nice timing, right? They got numbers advantage, but since Luibu just ultimate in, he just break the balance.
But this might be the very last one. Correct. Right. Yeah. Let's see. The two backlines are hiding behind, far behind. There's no way they can reach for Team Philippines backlines like Xiao Qiao and Yu Ji are safe enough doing those damage to the frontliners. So
Right.
yeah, like we have been watched 3 clips of the highlights, and even though the skirmish happened in different locations of the map and the time slot is different, but there's one thing that doesn't change is that the locations, right? The
positioning.
separation of
Yeah.
the entire squad from Team Vietnam. So there's gonna be game 2. So in game 2, hopefully they can get this done in a quite like quicker speed because we're moving and this BO3 is not waiting for you.
True.
All right.
This time we can see our OG Super A player goes over to Toboggan from Team Philippines. Let's Luibu. As we mentioned again and again, Toboggan just take the responsibility as an assassin, and it's because of his timing, it's because of his initiation, just block away all those backliners from Team Vietnam and just cause being such a great threat towards all those backliners.
They really deserve to be the most valuable player from this game because like every single time you see that we would jump in using the ultimate, taking the backlines away and almost getting a double kill every single time.
Yeah.
All right, unstoppable soldier. All right, we will be back for something more happen. Let's wait and see.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The Arena of Valor Asian Games version Honor of Kings event will span a total of 6 days, from June 27 to July 2nd. Out of the 5 regions in Asia, South Asia, and West Asia will merge to form a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete individually. Each region will host its own regional competitions. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The Southeast Asia region is composed of 7 teams, namely the Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Feel the heat in this tropical region and witness the passion rise to a fever pitch. The call to battle has been sounded. Which team will rise above the rest and embark on the journey to the Asian Games? There is only one way to find out.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia sits at the crossroads between Asia and Oceania, the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Hot and humid weather accompanies the lush tropical forest here. As with the tropical climate in Southeast Asia, the fervor of the local residents is also reflected in esports. So, when you see them dancing and singing for the victory, join them in celebration. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, teams from the Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam will compete in the Arena Valor Asian Games version event. The Laos People's Democratic Republic is known for its fine silverware and accessories, including its silk weaving industry. Their players have displayed the same finesse and excellence in gaming skills on their route to the regionals. In Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia's capital, the Petronas Twin Towers dominate the skyline. They will serve as a backdrop for Malaysian players when they top the event. Myanmar is renowned for producing exquisite jades that are known as the King's Jades. These jades, often referred to as Eastern treasures, have garnered fame worldwide. We look forward to seeing the players from Myanmar shine just as brightly as these jades in the competition. While the Philippines is known for its beautiful beaches and tropical fruits, its unique and diverse culture is reflected in all its people, and we'll definitely be seeing it on the stage. The mythical Merlion grants Singaporean players strength and perseverance throughout this tournament. Thailand is blessed with an abundance of juicy tropical fruits and docile elephants, but watch out! Thai players are not as docile as these elephants in the game. Vietnam is famous for its motorcycles and coffee, exactly why this country's players bring an extra burst of thrill and energy to the game. We hope Southeast Asian players demonstrate enthusiasm and energy at the 2022 RDAG Regionals and form friendships with others while having.
Hello, welcome back. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition, and we are now at the game 2 for these 2 teams. And I still remember one thing that, I feel really, it's such a pity, I would say, for Team Vietnam, because they have been sold into this game really long.
True.
But unfortunately, with a single minor mistake, maybe from a team fight, they lost in game 1. But on the other hand, like Team Philippines, these both teams have not tasted the feeling of victories.
Yeah.
One more step.
So that's something that we want to see, that at least one of the team,
of course,
will grab a victory in day 2, and that's going to be really good to just spot cop and try to have a really nice mentality.
Of course.
And everything just seems so optimistic for Team Philippines, but for Team Vietnam,
one more step is needed. Like one game is needed for them to finally get the honor, having the victory back. And this means a lot for these players, right? Some of the players might be very new to Arena of Valor. So I think that being the winner of a game or a matchups will really lifted up a lot of confidence And if you are about to get on a journey and starting from day 1 to day 2, you're constantly going to those matchups with very powerful teams. You're gonna be kind of destroyed with your mentality.
True,
But
true.
by winning this 1 point back, I think it will be a good news to either team.
True, true. Because we put a lot of analysts on all those drives or all the on our games, but actually when you're joining the tournament, the mentality matters a lot. Especially for those esport competitions. If you got several wins in a row, you just kind of feel really good and really confident. There's a word, maybe like circulation, right? You're really in a uphealing circulation, so that will help you to build up your confidence, and that's gonna help when you're playing the game.
I mean, the main purpose of the Roads to Asian is not only to determine the seeding for the draw into the 19th Asian Games, but we also want to elevate the esports industry in Asia in like a greater height while processing and together towards a common goal. So
Right.
it's very nice to think of this in this way, like we are growing together, trying to make like esports being a better thing.
And I'm really happy to
us.
see the fact that in our Road to Asian Games 2022, a lot of teams, they are quite experienced, and so far we can see they are kind of being the tutor of the rest of the teams.
Like esports is not that far from you. It's accessible and approachable to anyone, anywhere, regardless of age, gender, or creed fights.
Again, I mentioned about gender. That's one of the best things that I really like Team Vietnam, right?
Yep. All right, the very first pick from the side of Vietnam, who is on the blue, while Team Philippines will be countering back with a Xiao Chao pick and a Xiao Duan as well.
It seems like everyone just stay in their comfort zone. They do not want to let any unexpected thing to happen, so they're just gonna go for those comp which they're really confident with. And it just made me feel a little bit curious about Gonzaga's hero pool, because we can see Diao Chen has been banned away twice. We didn't see Diao Chen show up so far, right?
Of course, yeah. It will be the very first time if like Gonzaga have the chance. But you have a lot of games waiting for you. For example, tomorrow maybe we'll have Philippines versus Vietnam versus Team Myanmar. Yeah, that will be the very first one. So just wait and see.
Wait and see.
You're gonna see Diao Chen over there.
I'm really curious right now.
It's really weird that both teams are in the same channel, no matter what kind of hero they actually have. But these kind of heroes are all belong to a type we call late game heroes.
Yeah. And also, it's just like they just mix all of those hero pools, right? You got Lu Bu, then I'll just take Thin. You got Lumia, I'll take Xiao Chao. You got Sun Xiangxiang, I'll take Yu Ji, right?
Yep.
It's a lot of back and forth can be seen from the drive. So though those comps seems to be mixed again, but we can see Team Vietnam. They get back to their comfort zone. Maybe this time they'll just rotate the Lu Bu to play at a support again.
Honestly, I think Team Vietnam, if I take like the composition from Team Philippines away, I think their composition is good enough. There's a lot of CC chains over there, Lu Bu, Huang Zhong, and Lumia. So Lumia's ultimate is very interesting. What was summons a divine matrix below to all enemy heroes.
Right.
So which means that wherever you're standing, it's an all map ability. So as long as you're standing on the ground in our valley, you're going to be targeted, right?
Yeah.
It's very good, like for the team fights, if you want to make a 5 versus 5 happen. But if you take Team Philippines composition into consideration, you'll find like the CCs might be somehow purified by this Zhuangzhou. So I really like the Zhuangzhou choice.
I really like the Zhuangzhou choice too. It is because like Team Philippines, they know that what kind of visual thing that Team Vietnam are trying to make it happen. They know that, okay, you're trying to complete your CC, you're trying to use those hard CC to make a really beautiful team fight.
Yep.
So that's the reason why they just did that crucial counter pick.
And we are evolving at the same time. We're not surprised anymore with this Louisville going on to support. Thank you, like Team Vietnam. You really opened our vision up, you know.
Yeah.
There's so many possibilities.
Our horizon.
In the Arena of Valor Asian Games version. Yeah. Thank you guys for this. It's very interesting. And somehow I think this Lu Bu as a support really works.
This time we can see they still actually they put Thin as the support. But it just feels like now I get it. It's because like Team Vietnam, they did the rotation. They let Fong On to rotate play at the support.
Yep.
So Thing gonna be the most comfortable hero that he want to use.
Yeah.
So dies Fong Yan did. So that may be the logic behind the comp.
I like Simpson's choice of the skills. He has been paired himself with a cripple, which means that you will have 90 seconds of the cooldown. But once you use the cripple, you'll reduce the enemy's damage dealt by 50% for 3 seconds. This is really something as a means to protect Yuji.
Yeah.
You can reduce those damage dealt on the archer. Somehow it might save Yuji's life in very crucial team fights.
Yeah. And actually we can talk about Zhuangzhou more since he's carrying this summoner's ability.
Yep.
Because like before we said like Zhuangzhou is quite prevalent in this patch. A lot of teams are in favor of this hero, try to purify. The problem is he's not tanky enough.
Ow. Very first takedown, very first skill to Team Philippines happen on the top side of the map where 2 members from Team Philippines are surrounding Feng An. So definitely there's no way to go for this Lu Bu because he needs to level 4 at least to have a dash.
True. But his flash already forced out, so there's no way for him to get out. And again, they're ambushing in that bush and trying to seduce Stella to, you know, step forward, and that's gonna be the cue for them to do the gag.
And actually, in-game, their composition is kind of revised, you know. They let Lu Bu to go to the top while Thane will be the support.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, it can be shifted back for a little bit. These 2 soldiers can also shoulder the responsibility being a support or a top laner. All okay. They work.
That's a really wise choice.
Like, both ways.
Yeah.
Team Philippines gathering around, taking things away from Team Vietnam, and they are doing this.
And I'm feeling like Team Philippines, they're really getting to the mood.
Yep.
Right? Before maybe yesterday's performance, we would say Team Philippines kind of lost in the game during the mid-game, to be more specific. But today, we can see every rotation that we made, it's going to be tighter. And the coordination seems to be improved a lot.
Of course.
Everyone just being sent in groups, and they know that how they're going to protect their archer.
Huang Zhong. I always love to see Huang Zhong in game. And give me some insurance that as long as you can keep this game going on and on, you can have enough insurance, for example, the damage, the AoE damage, right? At the very late game. So if you cannot just figure things out initially in the beginning of the game, it will be the only hope for you is that trying to slow the game later to 20 minutes.
True.
You're gonna be having those possibility of winning.
It's just kind of offer you another way to win the game. So for Team Vietnam, actually they don't really need to hurry into something.
Oh.
But on the other side, in Philippines, they try to make something happen. 3 people try to do some gank on this thing, but Thing is really dead.
Look, it's that easy. If you are using Huang Zhong, it's that easy to protect yourself and cleaning the wave at the same time. You only need to unleash your ultimate, sitting down, getting tankier body, and do the AoE damage using the bullets. You have those basic attacks, and you can clean the wave very easily.
Especially when you're under the tower, right?
Yep.
When you're just under the protection provided by the tower, you're just gonna be really comfortable, you know, sitting there, be chill, and boom boom, do some normal attack.
Yeah, and not to mention the second ability from Huang Zhong also gives the shield. You know, he will be placed in lined mine, and if the line mine is being stepped on, it will be creating like immediate shield to Huang Zhong as well.
That will help him to gain more possibility to get away from all their surroundings, and also can allow him to do some armor pierce.
Reduce their armor by nearly 15% for 2 seconds.
That's a lot.
Yes.
And
Xiao Xiao is here. Are they ready for the battle? Philippines using the second ability. blows up and knocks up Thane, but unfortunately Thane is just too tanky, huh?
Yeah, he's just being too tanky, and that's something to do with his passive and also his ultimate.
Of course.
Especially for his ultimate. We know that there's one item called Destiny in our game.
Oh, mastery items.
Yeah. And for Thane, his ultimate can actually, buy a Destiny for free. Help him to get avoid about one last hit dish.
Yep. And the reason why he has an inborn tankiness, I will tell you later, but he's using the Unruly Blade. Xiaohong managed to escape away and get one more takedown to the team. This is quite out of my expectations. And again, the cooldown is ready. Use the second Unruly Blade, knocks up 2. I think he can still keep this going on because he can constantly get something recovery back. Wow, that HP bar.
1-1, and at the end, make it to 2-2 trade. Wow, Xiaodun just standing for such a long time by using his passive, and also the second ability allows Xiaodun to do some true damage since he can enhance his normal attack. So that helped him to stand so long and even end up with an even trade.
The passive from Xiaohong is really useful. Like Unyielding Might, when his HP drops below 50%, like each time he hits a normal target or skill can recover his maximum HP, right?
Yeah.
So he's constantly getting the rich HP back, doing the recovery and regenerates again. So if like Xiaohong is like in a team fight where those damage is not that bursting damage, like continuous damage, you will see the Xiaohong going on and on and on.
Right. It's just like substantial.
You can never get rid of the Xiaohong.
Yeah. It's just gonna chase you down till the end. Wow, now we are now at 7 minutes. Actually, things are just being so good to Team Vietnam. But now it's going to be the time for Team Philippines to do something.
Yeah.
Because we mentioned about how tanky enough Xiaohong is, and also they have so many initiations. The only problem is they just can't, get so into take this Huangjong down. Since they're really short-handed, so Xiao Xiao has been blocked away. There's no way for him to escape. Xiao Xiao has been taken down. And also, they forced out Zhuangzhou's Summoner's ability.
I think the bottom side, like Team Philippines is dealing with quite a problematic thing is that they wanted to give some pressure to this Huangjong, but they cannot just figure out a way to get close to this Huangjong.
Yeah.
Every single time they gather around, they send 3 members down, but the minute this Huangjong use the ultimate landing down, there might be a problem, but this will be fixed by the joining of the other clubs using the fend again.
But there's only Lianbo come in. He tried to take some people, let them down, and Xiao Xiao is back to life and come back to the battlefield. Help his allies to end up with a 0-3 trade.
Yeah, this is what we are talking about, right? If you want to have the takedown over Huangjong, let's see.
Really?
Well, 7-1 to manage to escape.
Just need
really tanky.
only one single flexibility, but look at that dash. So daft.
Miraculously. Look at the rewind, this highlight. Using the Unruly Blade goes directly to Huangjong. This is a sudden takedown. There's nothing that Huangjong can do. And we're seeing that this, firstly from Lumia, actually knocks back 2. Given Kaiser more time, but unfortunately this Xiao Xiao make a very quick rotation to the bottom side.
And also, there's only single core from Team Vietnam's comp. So after Huangjong has been taken down, there's no way for them to do some constant damage. So their lack of damage. And that's the reason why Team Philippines, they always try to prioritize on how they're gonna do something to that Huangjong. They know that he's gonna be the key player from Team Vietnam. Kaiser here, trying to do some ganks. Well, it takes time, but slowly, they just take Kaiser down.
Kai is not a very tanky hero without any items. So the reason why he was absorbing those damages is that when you use the ultimate from Kaiser, you'll have a magic armor. And you'll be blocking those damage one by one. And it's this quality that makes the skies are very tanky. It's not that it's a tank or something.
HP
Yes.
stuff, yeah. It's never about how many HP that he got. It's more about his ultimate allow him to block a lot of damage down.
Yes.
They're
Okay.
vying for
Oh,
this.
but it's kind of
Behemoth has
Stolen.
been taken down by Kabogin. And good news came from the upper side of the map again. Double Dragon has been claimed by Team Philippines, so it's gonna be the kill for them. Try to even way more. There's minion waves, but they can't just send it into the mid wave, but still end up with a 2-1 trade.
But you can see the bursting damage coming from Xiao Qiao's ultimate. Like Lu Bu really wants to go away. The animation effects are there, but he's just not right there. It does not have enough time to land on the position. Was taken down and defeated by Xiao Qiao's ultimate. Again, using the second lead, trying to chip away those damage from the opponents, but I think that's enough. Team Philippines really need to retreat back because they only have two.
That's enough.
Yeah,
That's
they only
enough.
have
Don't
two.
be too greedy. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
you
yeah.
don't know what's gonna happen because it's still only at 11 minutes, and we know that in our game, since the timer goes on, everything would be really, really sensitive. One mistake that you made might pivot the situation.
I think Kabogin is the one who make the miracle happen, right?
Definitely.
They are like exchanging those overlords and the behemoth to one another, but like Kabogin just went directly in and steal that behemoth to their side.
True, true. He should be awarded.
Wow, what a sad news for Team Vietnam.
Yeah, because Team Vietnam, they're not really good at dealing with all those vanguards.
Red team.
It's really hard for Team Vietnam to take down those vanguards since vanguards has a higher HP than those ordinary minion waves.
Yeah.
So it takes time for Team Vietnam to deal with all those vanguards spawning at all 3 lanes, and that actually gives a chance for Team
Oh,
Philippines.
Lumia's ultimate is ready, locking
Really
it down
good.
3.
Looks quite good for Team Philippines. Everything just for green to this team, and usually has such a comfortable setting for him to do the output.
I think the Fallen God might be followed like quickly than this one, so the team fights might be better for the side of Team Vietnam. Actually, I think Numia's ultimate have a very good aiming, right?
True.
A lot of the members from Team Philippines are locking down there, but there's no following up.
Again.
It's done there, and
Yeah.
boom, nothing.
Yeah.
And you are still literally giving them time to respond to
True,
your
true,
action.
true. We are actually talking about the same thing, right? Again and again, it's all about the coherence. It's not like you yourself that find a really nice timing or positioning and try to break your ultimate. Yeah, like the preset was pretty nice, but the problem is you need to come up with some of those burst damage. Let your teammate know what you're gonna do. It's really important.
But honestly speaking, I think this will be the best game I saw and I watched for Team Vietnam, because they're gradually like farming up towards like a greater situation. They have Huang Zhong, they have Lumia, they have Lu Bu as well. So their late game damage is great enough to do the confrontation with Team Philippines. They just have to be patient, you know?
Yeah.
The goal lead is not that massive. You can still like be patient and wait for the right moment. Wait for your backlines to have enough items. I think for now, Huang Zhong 2.5 items is not enough. You might at least wait for the Daybreaker to be made from Huang Zhong, and that will be the starting point. That will be the signal letting Team Vietnam rest of the squad know we are ready for the battle.
Indeed, there's still possibility for Team Vietnam to turn this around, but how Team Philippines gonna respond to it? After they take down this Dark Overlord, they're trying to attack, they're trying to engage. Everyone just crowds into the blue side field. Everyone just being sent in groups, and they chase this Lu Bu down.
I think it's another good initiation coming from Kabogin, because he used all the dashes, get close and forced out the flash out of Huang Zhong. So Huang Zhong is quite dangerous initially at the very start of this team fights. So Team Vietnam can't have to like go around and stand in circle and trying to retrieve back. And Lu Bu has paid the price to protect the archer.
And also, it's because those items that Feng Yan chose makes Lu Bu can do great damage, but he needs to pay his HP. And
this behemoth is really, really important. Who's going to be the mastery of this behemoth? Kaiser did it. He uses Smite, secured down this behemoth, and one more time with his Lumia being targeted. Very brought low, and here's Lu Bu using the Falling God to jump in, doing the auto attacks, but unfortunately was being taken down once again. Even though like double taken down is given to Huang Zhong, but Yuji still managed to stay alive. Full HP bar.
It was an even trade. It was an even trade. But since Team Philippines got the Dark Overlord, they got so many minions, right? So actually it's going to be a really nice point for them to pushing forward. But again, both archers survived from this team fight.
Of course. Magical happens.
Yeah.
And as long as like Huang Zhong is alive, there's always going to be a way to fix this kind of minions.
Yeah.
Because you have the ultimate, all you have to do is sitting down there using your AoE damage to clean the wave. It's that easy. It's like a deja vu for Team Philippines. They're dealing with those laning phases, you know, like Yuji is doing whatever he can do, trying to have a like solo fight going against like Huang Zhong, but it turned out like the distance is so hard.
Yeah. Maybe, you know, after this matchup has been done, maybe Mario just gonna, you know, have a vote, say like maybe next time we can just ban away this Huang Zhong. He's really annoying, right? I'm the one doing the laning against Huang Zhong. You can't feel my pain.
Yeah, Huang Zhong is really popular in the Road to Asia games, right? A lot of the people are choosing, and the players are choosing to put the bans here on Huang Zhong because they do not want to deal with the fact of how to get closer to this archer.
Yeah, it's just being super annoying.
All right.
Oh, look at the positioning from the mini-map.
Yes.
Team Philippines, they're rotating, they're operating, they're trying to steal away the high ground tower on the confronting lane. Well, Team Vietnam detected that. Here comes Thin, trying to push away all these minions safely, so they guard it again.
They have two winning lanes on the side lanes, right? So they can make good use of the waves, and the waves will definitely gonna be a best like 6-person for your team. It's gonna be helping you a lot. Look at the time, 7 minutes and 38 seconds. Well, we see the Storm Archdragon. I was still wondering.
Ooh.
It seems to me like
2 minutes
there's
left,
a possibility, right?
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
a possibility.
Can't wait to introduce our epic monsters to you guys.
Finally. The strongest neutral objectives.
And also, like, I've got those kind of sensation that it might be a tie after this game.
Really?
I don't know. Wait and see.
Yeah, like Team Vietnam is completely feeling themselves.
It's so far it's the best game that we saw.
Lumia is very dangerous, very low in the HP. Got eliminated by Xiao Qiao. Let's see the following ups.
And Huang Zhong's just being so safe. Here comes in this Kaiser, try to block away by using himself, and another blade helped him to restore the HP. He survived from this fight.
1-to-1 trade. Even though that the main core has already got the Sage Sentry, but you can see that Marino is playing very cautiously. Even though like this Ryuji have the Sage Sentry, right?
Yeah.
He have the second ability, but once he saw himself like landing on the area of Huang Zhong's ultimate, he'll be just choosing to step back for a little bit.
Yeah, he know that he should believe in himself.
Yeah.
Because no one's gonna protect him. Limpo, Xiaodun, they're just gonna, you know, play as a frontliner. So she really needs to secure her position during the team fight.
This Shadow Overlord might be the last one. It's getting controlled by Xiaodun using the Smite.
And he's gonna back to life. Here comes Limbo, trying to block away all those people's ultimate into people being knocked up. But Huang Zhong's still alive. Everyone just trying to chasing that Huang Zhong down.
Look at Yuji, look at Yuji.
Still alive, but he's only got himself alone. Team Vietnam, everyone just rely on this Huang Zhong. He tries so hard, but it's really hard for him to turn this around.
He really did his best.
Yeah, but for Team Philippines, they wait so long for this victory, and Marino, again, he did such a great job. They can just take down this crystal. Congratulations to Team Philippines. Win against Team Vietnam with a 2-0, got their very first victory.
it's a competition of how well you can protect your archer. It's a competition of what will be the best area you can possibly find in the late game so that you will be the one standing to the very end of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, Huangzhong is doing whatever he can do, you know, trying to find a place, but I can feel those frustration when you look upon your side, all your teammates went down. You are the only one who's alive.
True.
So yeah, it will be very good news for Team Philippines because this will be their very first victory in road to Asian Games 2022.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately for Team Vietnam, maybe they will be waiting for another chance.
There's still chances left for Team Vietnam and for Team Philippines finally because they already lost 3 games, right? They already lost 3 games in a row. We mentioned about we are doing single round robin, so they're only gonna play 6 games, and it's gonna be the 4th game. Finally, they got their very first point.
But to put this kind of things aside, I think this game, the 10 players, the coaches, the substitute players, they are enjoying it.
Yeah.
You can feel the heat, you
Yeah.
know? You can feel that those players are really dedicated to this game.
Yeah.
And this game is not going to be lasting to 20 minutes, but I've noticed the time, 19 minutes it is. So Team Vietnam is growing with a very fast speed, I would say. Initially, yesterday, I think they still are in a progress where they are getting to know the heroes. But today, after observing and casting their performance, I think they are moving and evolving with a very, very fast pace. They're learning a lot of things. They know exactly what they need to do for the team fights, and they know how to play those heroes really, really well. I think Huangzhong plays really good because he is always going to be the problem for Team Philippines to trying to target.
Yeah, a lot of progress can be seen from both teams.
Of course.
Like for Team Philippines, we mentioned about how Yu Ji, how cautious she was, right?
Yeah.
She just always relying on herself and try to have such a secured setting. And he's the one trying to utilize his second ability, avoid a massive amount of damage,
of course,
and also keep doing those constant normal attack. Help Team Philippines to always have such enough damage during the team fight.
Yeah, I always love to see those battles where like Yuji versus Huangzhong will be a very good and very conventional examples of getting those very late game archer and trying to make the environment for this archer as comfortable as possible.
Yeah.
There's a lot of highlights. There's a lot of takedowns. There's a lot of
This might be the
team fights.
longest highlights that we may see.
Yes.
And also, like, we can see from highlights from
Kabang is really crucial, right? He's stealing away this overlord.
Yeah.
And by gaining this shadow overlord, which means that will be the reason why after getting the ace, after becoming the winner of this certain and particular team fights, they have enough like vanguards following so they can just go directly into the crystal and be the winner of this game.
Like the coordination in Team Philippines is quite tight, and every team fight they just completely done with their hard CC. A lot of ultimate can be seen from the game, and also it seems like the last pick, the counter pick, Zhuangzhou works.
Yep. The purification creates a lot of problems with Team Vietnam, and it's magical because if you take like Liam Pulse, Still in Dragon that time, this team have been taking 2 dragons in one roll from Team Vietnam.
Yeah,
make
and
miracle happen.
Also mention about all those junglings. We need to see that this time Audi Super A player goes over to the jungler.
Yes, very nice stealing red moment. And everyone is holding their breath and trying to figure out who will be the Dragon Master.
Yeah.
And when we see that picture, Xiaodun's face is on it, and finally got the thought that okay, they have stealing one more dragon to their side, and they are actually winning in the team fights.
Yeah, and also like we know that this time this matchup actually is quite even, right?
Yeah,
everything just being toe to toe, and a lot of back and forths can be seen on the battlefield. So if you want to break the balance, the neutral objective's gonna do the job.
Of course. I mean, this is an amazing game to watch.
Yeah.
And of course, we have a lot of questions and we'll give our time to Jacob.
Hello, welcome to the interview. I'm your host, Jacko. And here we go. We have Gonzaga Asria and the Midland from the team Philippines. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hi guys, hi everyone.
Okay, welcome. Congratulations for 2-0 winning this game. That's absolutely an exciting game and front and back, very tight. And how do you feel after this game?
I'm very happy. It's our first win and we enjoyed the game.
Enjoy the game. This is the first win. It means a lot for your team. And now your team is getting better right now. How did your team adjust yourself in this tournament?
We adjusted our drafts and we watched their videos. And of course, we practiced last night. And yeah, we adapt to the meta.
Watch back the video. That's very important to
Yes.
find your problem is. So is that the Breezy is your best hero or your favorite hero because you play the hero so much?
Yes, Breezy is my favorite hero here on HOK.
May I ask why?
Because of the high burst damage and the stun, which you can help your team.
And then you, if you can play another heroes, can you show the name?
I can also play Kali and Illumia.
Oh, Kali Lumia.
Yes.
Okay, and also Kong Ming. I saw
Yes,
that, right?
Kong Ming.
Okay, so I hope forward to. I hope that I can see another heroes that show up and later. Okay, and your team must be better and better. I truly believe that. Okay, thank you for the interview, Gonzaga.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to the caster.
All right, congratulations again to Team Philippines by gaining the very first points.
Yeah,
to
they
their team.
should clap for themselves, you know, boys. Yeah, we can see, like, we mentioned about how mentality is going to influence the results, and I'm really happy to see Team Philippines. They know that practice makes perfect.
Of course.
So they just do it over and over again and again, try to use their practice, try to use their effort to make those progress.
But just to bring you the latest news, because you guys know we'll have a side match, right?
Yes.
And something very interesting are happening right now because the
Yeah.
side match hasn't been finished yet. It's Team Thailand versus Team Myanmar, and right now they're undergoing, let's see the board, 1-1. It's a tie there.
It's a tie,
Catching up.
finally!
Finally.
Well, it was like, it's the very first time I so far in our ride to Asian Games, and it's going to be the tie, and because as of far, all the matchups just end up with a clean 2-0. Who's going to be the winner?
You know, I was kind of surprised to see the ranking board 1-1, but I'm not surprised because, like, it's Team Thailand and Team Myanmar. I think they're both very strong teams. So there is a possibility that they're going to be going for a tie. All right, let's see the ranking boards right now for Southeast Asia groups. We're seeing like Team Malaysia is running at the very first.
Yeah, no
Raw.
doubt Team Malaysia is going to climb at the first place. And it's not like, it's only the current ranking since Team Myanmar and Team Thailand haven't finished the fight yet. So it's going to be the current ranking. But for Team Philippines again, right, got their very first victory. And a lot of things can be expected for Team Vietnam.
Quite surprising to see like Team Malaysia have already gone through 4 matchups and they haven't even been defeated once. So powerful. All right, let's see tomorrow's matchups. June the 29th. The very first match will take place between Team Philippines and Team Myanmar, and the rest of the matchups are shown on the board. We're going to be seeing you guys tomorrow at the same time, so stay tuned. We will expect to see you guys tomorrow again. Wow, a lot of very good matchups are waiting for you, like Team Singapore versus Team Vietnam. Like today, I think Team Vietnam are fully ready. So let's just together expect what kind of the composition, what kind of the mentality they're ready for tomorrow's matchups. All right, thank you guys for watching our stream, and thank you again for our prestige sponsors. This competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, thanks our prestige sponsor Audi Q4 e-tron strong support for RDAG tournament. Special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
Thank you to official supporter Omen, New Omen 16, new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Thank you to official supporter Auto4 M6, official gaming chair partner at Road to Asian Games, Your Own Hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for their support. At the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube and Twitch for their support.
Thank you guys. See you
again.
tomorrow.
Yeah, the air I bounce, we hailing home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe is alive.